Hello, everybody, and welcome back to yet another new audio device detected. No, don't switch. To yet another Roach Crossing auction. This one called Anyone Can Bid. What was the Ratatouille thing with that? Not just anybody can bid, but a good bidder can come from anywhere. There we go. That was the chef toying Ratatouille thing. I'm also curious for those who are already in the chat how I'm coming through on the mic. I've got another fan on. I'm trying to dry this room out a little bit, as I often do in the winter. Just curious if there's a lot of white noise or anything, or if I'm coming through pretty clearly here. I'm also going to alert the masses that bidding begins. We'll do it in Bid Central. Do it over here. And we'll see how that goes. Crystal clear? Okay, that's good. That's good. The mic's just right over here. Just gonna pop open my beverage. Oh, the eye. Beverage of choice. Catch everybody up a little bit on what's been going on lately. As I get another Excel file opened up for this auction. Stuff all over the screen. Beautiful. You hate to see it. Let us see. We will gonna put this on the desktop as the Anyone Can Bid. The Anyone Can Bid auction. Thank you again to Pseudoscorpions, our best, for doing this. So we got, I don't know how many things exactly we got tonight. It's under 100. It might be at 100 with the other stuff we're going to do. I'll take a moment to say hi to everybody. I'm so out of practice not streaming lately. People excited for Grain Pests, Glock Roaches, Kevin Santiago, Joseph Tavir, Behijager, Courtney, Elsie, Satchel, Satchel partially the man of the hour, Circa, Hyperbeam, R.R. Lomir. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you before, R.R. Lomir, or maybe Kubrick. I've been training hitting that enter key with my right pinky as fast as possible all week for this. Good practice. Jose Nunez is here. Hello. Pwned Ninja, Alan, Braden. We got a lot of cool old regular peeps here. I'll just give everybody a quick update on the everything situation. It's seeming more and more likely like the building that we're just now going to be getting some closure on the probate process, and then it's 28 days, and pending how mild the winter is will affect if construction can start, how it can start, etc. We gotta figure out more things. Fencing was supposed to go up this week, didn't go up this week. It's supposed to be next week, so we got that. Nazig she just started her heat cycle. I've got to separate her and Victor like tomorrow, and so we got that going on. I did make some more cages out at the new house. So the guinea pigs have been moved, some chickens have been moved, and guinea pigs have all been moved to the new place. So that happened at least. And next thing is going to be the quail, and then probably some other poultry from here be moved into the poultry room. I can't open it up until I can't open the poultry room up to the outside until we get the fencing up, and then also not until a dog is on guard at the property. And Victor loves me too much. He will be too neurotic in a new place without me, and I don't know what he could do. He might dig under a fence, something like that. So I want to get Nazik, who's much more chill, out there first, but I'm not going to put her out there unoccupied when she's in heat. So we got to wait for her heat cycle then, which should be around basically a month from now. So that's the earliest that a lot of big stuff can be moved out there. And when Nazi goes out there, the goats will go with her. And so that'll be one more thing. And likely going to Likely that this whole move thing is not going to be done until next spring. So we're still in the process. We're making progress. Angela cleaned out the garage and did a lot of stuff. We've been working on the inside of the house. It's been going fine. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here too that I can start on once I move in out there, which I'll, again, pending getting all these other animals moved out there. So we got a lot of stuff. Break ground spring, says William Yadeski. They might do it sooner pending weather and some other factors, but I need some more information on a couple of things before we can go forward. We need the probate thing to end definitively, and we need some more information on a couple of things. Although the company that is doing the groundbreaking is probably going to do work that does not require permits very soon, like some trenching work and stuff like that. So the gears are turning, and again, hopefully, I guess by this time next year, I'll be like, everything's lovely and I'm nice and relaxed and calm, blah, blah. On the other side of things, bugs have been doing pretty well in general. I'm finally almost done with my isopods. I'm going to get a list of isopods I need to replace, a full list, including the old ones that I already put up. I'll get a full list up probably next week sometime. It's seeming like maybe somewhere between 30 and 50 things, which is not that bad considering the number of isopods I have is probably approaching 300-ish strains and varieties. So that's not really a big loss, but some of these things that I know people have been mixing up carelessly is going to be difficult to reacquire. Like, let's see, here's Armadillidium palassii orange. I know I can just get more from the person who sent me that batch of them. So that's some of the shouldn't be too bad. Our low mayor says, been stalking your site for a while, but stumbled on the auction by accident today. What a pleasant surprise. Courtney asked about the new house. We went over that. Lizard Bean says, hello, I wanted to tell you thanks for the care tips. My vampire roaches had successful babies. That's great. That's great to hear. Double Z saying, let's go. Break ground in spring, etc. Alaknoi. Hello, Alaknoi. Courtney says, my roaches are eating all of my food. That may not be the best thing. All right, so we have, first of all, we have a special series of bids first. Our beloved isopod, etc. enthusiast, Satchel Watts Kerr, has had some weird medical condition wherein crystals formed in his ear, debilitating him. That's him. That's him. And he has some unexpected large medical bills to deal with, having this weird inner ear crystallization that just screwed him sideways for a period of time, and you're still recovering from it, and it's just a lot of work and annoyance, etc. So we're going to put up some stuff that some groups at Satchel wants to move and try to recuperate some medical funds. I'm going to pull up the rules from before for the Satchel auction. Crap. Let's see. Tuscaloosa might pull them up. So we're going to do those first. While come on. All right, here we go. Found it. Found my copy pasta for Satchel. Took the present. Again, Satchel auction stuff. So Satchel will be dealing with all of these. Contact him. There are additional shipping charges, etc. I've got the stuff. So anyways, here we go. We're going to start without further ado. Let me just get this copy pasta put in. There are going to be higher starting bids, and I assume that Satchel, if people pass on any of these groups or sets of things, that Satchel will they'll be for sale at the low bid price if somebody goes back through. So, and Satchel, again, get ready to start taking notes on who's doing what. All right, first up, we have a group of, not covered as part of the Roach Crossing. Anyone can bid auction. All right, our first item, we have a group of 50 mixed Elliptorhina javanica, starting bid of $50. Again, I believe that all these things will, if they're passed on, Satchel will compile this, and you can go ahead and contact him and just claim it. If you so desire. And we have looks like about 15 items here for the Satchel bidding. All right, we've got a bit of quiescence, so we're going to go ahead and put an X there in case anybody's thinking. Pretty things, says Courtney, pretty things that cannot go to the state of Florida, unfortunately. Maybe one day they'll be introduced and established there. Who knows? All right. Going once. Going twice. Pass. All right. Sorry, Satchel. Nobody wanted the Javanicas. Not now. Somebody will contact you for them, I'm certain. In the future. All right. Next up, we have a group of Gyna Cappuccina mixed nymphs. Starting bid of... It's been so long since I ran an auction. I'm fumbling all over the place here. Starting bid of $40. Again, from Satchel Watsaki. Satchel may help you to pop a picture of things up there, too, if you can do that legwork. You feel free to use Roach Crossing pictures if you want to. I just don't want to deal with getting pictures right now, as per usual. Quiescence here. We have 30 people in the YouTube. We're going to go ahead and put an X here for the cappuccinas. Not quite the dog pile I was kind of hoping for / expecting. We'll see. That may change. If anything, there'll be a nice list of things available to people who'd like to pick them up. All right, going once. Going twice. Pass. To make sure I didn't call pass and somebody swoop in at the last minute. I need to copy paste this into a Microsoft Word document. All right, there we go. All right, let's do something I know everybody's going to love. We'll copy one of these down here. Shoot. All right, one of you nuts is going to want these, I'm sure. We have a group of 10 juveniles of Peru Phasma Schultii, starting bid of $20. That's not bad, guys, for Peru Phasma. Still learning the scientific names, possible throughout the common names. Yes, R.L. Mayor, since you asked so nicely in here, this is the Black Beauty Stick Bug. Previously, we had the Pink Cockroach and the Halloween Hisser up for grabs. Those groups are still left unclaimed above. And am I missing something? Somebody's got to be interested in these Peru Phasmas. Come on, guys. Peru Phasma Schultii. It's often very requested. People wanting to get stick bugs in the auction. Are those things on its back like pseudo wings? No, those are just actual wings. They're there's a fine line between Micropterus and Brachypterus or something like this, but they are actually the true wings. They are used to indicate that they are noxious. Do not eat. Resist the urge to eat the pretty bugs. If you can. All right, we'll put an X. Come on, folks. Something here. I'm going to have to keep digging through the limb. We got some good stuff coming up on the list of Satchel things. If only I didn't live in the freaking desert. Oh, the foliage is an issue. It's one of those times where being in a less mild climate is advantageous because you just have the moisture, Lizard beans, I'm sure there's a host for them on the West Coast. I couldn't tell you what exactly, but again, depending on how evergreen things are around you, it's a species I don't worry too much about keeping over the winter in Michigan. All right, going once. Going twice. Pass. Up. Sold. Bob Harrison. All right. Good job. There goes a group of Peru Phasma. All right. Let's throw up a group of these. These are also often quite popular. Usually we have a group of Bilocaulus angustipes, 4 of them, starting bid of $25. This is the black velvet slug, black leatherleaf. There's up north more, but where I am is a food desert for them. I guess I'm not familiar with the exact area that you live in. I rather do suppose. We have a little bit of interest here. How big will they be? We have a question. Satchel, you are allowed to respond in the Discord, Satchel, if you can, to the question about the size. They are juveniles listed there. Satchel is replying as soon as we'll put an X just to force the issue, maybe get some unwise decisions. We love that at times. It's all right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, Taranchi replied right as I was about to post pass. All right, sold to Taranchi. All right, here's another good one. Put these guys out there. Copy my Satchel copy pasta. I will be happy when I don't have to copy the copy pasta. Starting bid of $40 for 3 subadult Caracolus marginella. This is a detritivorous snail from Florida, introduced to Florida from Central America. So they're quite popular, easy to keep, easy to breed. Dog food, apples, zucchini, that kind of stuff is extra good for them. Leaf litter, rotting wood, etc. Lovely little fellows. They get big as well. Courtney, these are introduced to Florida if you are interested. They're fine there. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you haven't run into them already, maybe. Perhaps. All right, here's an X for the Caracolus. All right, here we go. Get yourselves worked up, everybody. Going once. Going twice. Sold to CMAS with a winning bid of 40. Congratulations. Okay. Let's move on to a group of... Got a group of... Copy paste is what it is. Starting bid of $20 for a group of 10 Platymerus bigutatus medium-sized nymphs. Starting bid of $20. White spot assassin bugs. Voila. Satchel will be providing a good diversity of assassin bugs to this auction. According to INAT, there is one privet bush nearby, but it's in a high spray area. RIP. Lizard beans, they eat honeysuckle too. There's a plant called salal, something. I believe you can order that. It's a common floral arrangement green. You can get it organically too without pesticides. I know somebody in Chicago who was raising Peru Phasma, ordering that through the winter for them. That's an option too if you consider. Have you had the chance to check in your Pokellum yet, says Tennyson. I have, and I didn't really see any or many. I need to completely deconstruct the container after a water and see if there's any even left. I think maybe I saw one. If there's more than one, I have hope. So our Lowmayer says I have a pair of them already. Vicious, not sure. Platymerus, perhaps. Double ZS Mahimithursassara vittata. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get to the Roach Crossing section of the auction. Here's an X for the Bigutatus. Medium nymphs. Let that percolate for a second here. All right, going once for the Platymerus. Nobody's got Platymerus rabies this evening. That's unfortunate. Going twice. All right, pass. A shocker. Very, very shocking, everybody. All right. We'll try these then. We'll try these. I will be shocked. I will be flabbergasted if nothing comes of this next species up for grabs, as very recently these were requested from me for sale. We have a group of Platymerus radamanthus mambo, the orange spot assassins. May not be Horda. All the Platymerus short of Horda kind of fell out of favor once Horda came in, but the others still do have their merits, and I do like the color variety. Lizard beans waiting on Ecstatosoma T-Rob to hatch. Kind of afraid of how much food they're going to need. Yes, with that many, if you decide to keep all of the ones that hatch. I've been getting about one hatch a week out of those eggs, and there's just like a big pile of them still. Just fascinating. Anybody for the Platymerus radamanthus? Anybody? We'll put an X here. I'm trying to think if there's a way we can boost the visibility of the stream. I appreciate anybody if you would like to share on Facebook or another Discord if it's so available, just to get a little bit more interest in here for good old Satchmo, not the what was it, the jazz player. All right, Bob Harrison, going once, going twice, sold. Taranchi with a winning bid of 26, asking how can I share. Again, you can just slap it on your Facebook, take the promotional image and add it, link the Discord, what have you. Also, just realizing that there on the picture there was not a link to the Roach Crossing website. That's okay. This is kind of a last minute decision auction, anyways. So, okay, but not wasting any time. Let's put up a group of these. I think what I may do with some of these additional groups is allow Satchel to post them in a for sale thing in general. Again, Satchel, a longtime friend of mine, and has an extenuating circumstance, so I would like to help him to recoup costs as well as I can. Here we have a group of Mesium affini, the spider beetles, group of 100 adults, just a whole mess of them, folks. Just a whole bunch of Mesium, a grain pest. I put the wrong starting bid on that. No, I did put the right one. Okay, we're all good. Yeah, I think we may actually. I may switch to just putting it up on general and allowing Satchel to. I like the delinquency of a minor thing Satchel's talking about with sales. Block roaches, all right, with 25. Easy bug, easy species to keep. Throw them in a container with dog food and forget about them. The easiest spider beetle in that sense. And I work with Gibium and that one species from New Mexico that TJ told me the name of, and I still can't remember the Latin, and I really need to get on top of this. Oh, are my Psychota reproducing? Yes! 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 Psychota supremacy! Yes! Yes! I just realized I put them on my computer charge cord power, the brick thing that connects to the USB thingy that plugs it into power, the power cable, but the brick for it. And they're doing it. I got getting Psychota going again. We love that. It's not a grain pest, but it's grain pest adjacent. All right. Going once for the Mesium. Going twice. Sold. To Glock Roaches, winning bid of 25. All right. Again, Satchel, I think it might be better with the remaining things. I'll put one more thing up, but you're welcome to put them up in general. Put them up in general and see what happens. With that, I'll get you the list of what I didn't include yet. So we'll do this. Here we go. We have a group of captive bred by Satchel, Bombina orientalis juveniles, fire-bellied toads that Satchel produced himself. If you want fire-bellied toads, you miss seeing them piled on top of each other at Petco or PetSmart circa 2006. Here's an opportunity to get your own healthy. Edit that. Shipping won't be for the toads. I gotta edit that. Edit. See above for shipping upcharge. There we go. We have Lizard Beans minor taking their sweet time. Not sure why. I know my house is fine for them. I've had their eggs hatch sitting exposed on the countertop. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure. This was sexual stock, but this is the way they're hatching. Maybe the males didn't get to the females. Seems almost more like what I would expect out of parthenogenetic stock. Alan pairing up Euphranicus bacillifer, hoping his single male. He only has a single female, hoping his male does not kill her. What's care like? We have that question, Satchel. Oh, those are such pleasantly plump little toadies. I love them. Maybe Satchel will answer that in here. We'll put an X until Satchel answers again. Try to push the issue, push the envelope just a little bit. Just a touch, just a teeny. Dude, I remember seeing those fire-belly toads and they all disappeared just like Thanos snap for real, says Double Z. That's funny. All right, Glock Roaches is in. Going once on the fire-belly toads. Going twice. Sold. Glock Roaches with a winning bid of $50. All right, and that will conclude the Satchel bidding part, although Satchel will be putting remaining groups up in general. He has my blessing to do that. And that will be end Satchel bid thingy. All right. There you are, everybody. Again, thank you for those who did get some stuff. Every little bit helps. And again, you can always talk to Satchel. He's got more stuff available. He'll get that list up there. And that'll be that. And now we may move into the Roach Crossing section of things. I am solo tonight. Angela was working on the house with her brother today, and so I am solo here to sell and auction bugs, and I got piles of them, and we're going to hop right into them right now. They're mixed up. It's a mix of everything. There's maybe like 2 or 3 items might be similar, related to each other, but it's going to be all over the place. And Isopod people, you're eating good tonight. Roach people, I brought stuff I usually don't bring to auctions. Some cool stuff that I usually don't bring up for auctions. So we got that in the mix. And then, your standard fare as well, too. So without further ado, let's begin. Our first thing up for grabs is a group of 10 Cubaris species amber firefly. Way to jump in here. Starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1, everybody, for a group of 10 Cubaris species amber firefly. Stella's springtails hopping in right away, knowing what's up here. Get my Sharpie ready to write our winner names on there. Again, all these things. Guys, we got a cold front coming at the end of this week, and we've got basically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of good weather throughout most of the Midwest. I am getting all this stuff out tomorrow. So when this whole auction's over, get me your info, get on it, and we'll get these guys out so we can avoid that and do priority mail and make everybody happy. All right, here's an X for the amber fireflies. I knew this would do something. Again, no particular order to the stuff that we got. There might be a couple of things with the way I packed them up, clusters of similar stuff, but for the most part, it's going to be all over. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Control R. Let's see who it is. Looks like Kubrick. We're going to make sure, though. Kubrick with a winning bid of 52. Congrats to our first winner tonight. All right, next up. We have a group of more tasty stuff up front while everybody still has money. 15 Troglodillo species green spots, starting bid of $1. I should mention to everybody that except for one species tonight, I have 2 groups of Ecstatosoma nymphs going up for grabs. Everything else, there is only 1 group of. So if you see something you want, that is your only opportunity, is literally just that time that it's listed. So keep that in mind. Not to panic anybody, but Should have copied this before people started talking, bumping stuff up. There we go. Slap that on right there. I've got some interesting people. We got a good one for roach people coming up next. Lizard Bean says, my Troglodillo had their first babies. Congrats. Was it the soils or the green spots? Or wasn't White Tiger now considered a Troglodillo? I am behind, but I will not be when the website is updated, which let's wrap this bit up and then I'll get into that. I'm trying to take December off. Maybe do another thing like last year where I have a $300 or $400 minimum order for the month of December. Take December off to finally finish the website. Chris Snyder has been preparing for this. I had told him that I wanted to do this December too. and he seems to be fully on board. So there's a very good chance that by January 1st, we will have the new site finished with all of that precious information that you're all longing for, updated everything, pricing and everything's going up. That's just how it's going to be for the rest of eternity with the bug building and all that other stuff. But at least we'll still have auctions here and there too. All right, going once on the green spots. Going twice. Sold. Stella's Springtails with a winning bid of 60. Congrats. All right, next up we have a group of 15 Thorax Porcelana, Vampire Roaches, Dumb Spending Habits, Stella's Springtails. It could be getting worse. You could be Porcelana. There we go. You could be getting freshened isopods. That's perhaps an unwiser way to spend months. Green spots from you, says Lizard Beans. Wonderful. I'm glad those are getting around. People are doing better with them. I don't know how big Isopod's doing with them. Last time I checked, a lot of them were struggling, but I don't know what's getting dragged in now. What I do know is I've seen 20 of what is almost certainly the same species with 5 different species names, species whatever names on it, and it's just so far gone. It's like, I don't know, it's like gazing into the abyss, and the abyss is also gazing into an abyss. But oh well. Oh well. Ooh, this is fun. We have something I haven't auctioned off in a while because I usually don't have enough to auction off. Lizard Beans wanting to bulk out their thorax colony. Smugger Smuggler coming in with a clutch TJ picture. Again, the vampire roach. The babies live under the mom's wings until they reach their second instar. They feed on her, directly on her blood and secretions to grow. Pretty metal. All right, going once for the Thorax Porcelana. Enter. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of 65. Love these guys. A great addition, and honestly, looking like one of the easiest epilamprin. Well, they're not epilamprini anymore now. They're rhabdobladini. Rhabdobladids to take care of, and to culture. So it would seem. How would the alleged Esculca do it? There are no adults in the container, so I should hope that the larvae all pupated, and then we'll find out hyperbeam what emerges in there. All right, a simple one, a mainstay, but to this day still mixed up with other species. Just will continue to happen for the rest of time. We have a group of 15 Blabberus giganteus, starting bid of $1. This is one of my oldest, maybe my oldest colony at this point. The peppered colony is pretty old too, but geez, going back, it's going to be 2025. These things are going to be like almost 20 years I've been keeping this giganteus colony going for. Oh man, they give it 30 years. One day it's going to be like, oh yeah, I've had these for 50 years. These are older than anybody or anything I've ever known. They've outlasted literally everybody and everything else in my life. It's going to be crazy. Duke and Enzo, the Iggy, says, I can't participate. I want to drop by and say hi. Also, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. Thank you, Duke and Enzo. Your support means the world. All of you just being here means the world. Mad Dog with a bid of 30. Thank you, Smugger Smuggler. I appreciate that. Headed Tenacity might have to bump that bid up a little bit. Lizard Bean says, I missed my bid because there's a cat in my AC/heating vent. That sounds like a problem that needs to be dealt with immediately. You should probably do that. Here's an X for the Blabberus giganteus. Probably my most consistently sold out of colony. couple times a month I have orders of these, and that's why I almost never bring them to auction. It's because I usually don't have a larger group to spare. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Hatted Tenacity. Winning bid of $40. A good deal on these. Hatted Tenacity. I do about 30 of these, and then I'll go and sort them and grab some more. Okay, we got another roach coming up now. We have a group of 20. Polyphaga Saucerai, one of my favorite roaches. Starting bid of $1. Saucer's giant sand roach. I love these. I love how you can pick the females up like a medallion and just hold them like that, like a playing card chip or something. Let's see. There's Giganteus. Winning bid of, gotta go back and get those old stats there. 40 from Hatted Tenacity. All right, now we're all caught up. Perfect. Replantation with a bid of 5. Throwing that out there. We've got some lovely people who are already on the case. Again, one of my favorite roaches. Gets quite large. All female species. I love them. Lizard Beast is going to see. I'm going to see if it won't come out on its own. Is it your cat or somebody else's cat? Pwned Ninja says, a delight to see my Saucer at the surface once in a blue moon. I've been keeping mine pretty warm, and I see them out almost 24/7 now. I think they're a little uncomfortable at the temperature I'm keeping them at, but they're doing well, so I'm not going to stop. These are not Chinese medicinal. That's Polyphaga, although TJ told me they did another molecular thing on the Asian Polyphagas, and now they split up the genre and stuff like that, and I need to go read into that and get it put away in here somewhere. One day they'll stop classifying things. One day. Courtney, unfortunately, not Florida legal, unfortunately. The closest thing you have to this that's Florida legal would be the Aranavega floridensis. That's the closest thing. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 25. 4621. Congrats. Write that on here as Mad Dog. All right, we're through a stack. Crap, I had the Latin for these somewhere. TJ sent it to me. The Bug Guide. Tiny. Was it Tinus? No, it wasn't Tinus. Sand at the beach, everybody. I gotta go digging around to find this. Nostus? Nostus floridanus. What's that? Gibeony, Naziany, Sphericiany, Tinus. Wasn't Sphericus. Was it Sphericus gibotes? Placeholder image. No. Not Gibeum. Not Mesium. Maybe it wasn't Tininy. Nyptus. Maybe it was Nyptus. Seems about right. I think it was Nyptus. Let's see. Nyptus invertebrate dude. Surely TJ's done a post on them. Nyptus ventriculus. All right, there we go. We got it. Fear not, everybody. I have figured it out. We have a group of 15. Nyptus ventriculus. Starting bid of $1. This is another spider beetle. Y'all wanted grain pests? It was by popular demand. It was on the anyone can bid auction. On the thumbnail we have spider beads. R.R. Lomier says, took too long on that one. Sounds great. Wonder if they could live with my blue death feigning beetles. At least a couple of them anyway. These Nyptis can definitely live with your blue death feigning beetles. They're all from, again, arid areas out west. Satchel says, I need to ask you, do I need to get rid of the dog food with the Nyptis if it molds? If it's dry and it molds, it's fine. If it's moist and it molds, yeah. They don't seem to care if it's dry and then it gets like a dusty mold on it or something. But if it's like the big fluffy fuzzy mold and it's wet, definitely get rid of it. It's my humble opinion. Here's an X for the Nyptis. I'm going to write that down, ventriculus. I'm glad I recognized the name once I saw it in the list because I haven't put it on the label yet. I'm trying to put off doing all this stuff until I can make the nice business card labels for everything, and that takes time and blah 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 blah. But R.L.O. Mayer was referring to the sand roaches, which could live with Asbolus as long as you gave them a little moist area somewhere. They would be fine. All right, going once on the Nyptis. Going twice. Sold. To I'm gonna tell Bob I will allow you to rescind the bid if you forfeit it to Fushiguro. Which I am certain that Bob will do. All right, Fushiguro with a winning bid of 11. Very humorous. Again, we all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo, as you all know. All right, we have another grain pest. We're a little bit front heavy on the grain pests here. It would seem we have a group of unsure quantity Oryziphelus mercator, Livonia, Michigan, starting bid of $1. Don't confuse this with the other Oryziphelus species in trade. There is also Surinamensis, which is in trade currently. You don't want to confuse the two. You want to make sure you're getting you're getting the right species of Oryziphelus. For all you grain pest people, you got to make sure you get both Mercator and Surinamensis, and make sure that the big grain pest isn't mixing up the IDs on you or calling it something like Oryziphelus species coconut muncher or something. Be careful of that. You got to watch yourself out there, everybody. Cautious. Be safe. Also, exotic wilderness. Yes, it is. All right, here's the next. Tennyson has expressed interest. If I had to estimate, there's probably about 20 adults, but I just don't know how many larvae are in here. Again, it's a mix of the stuff from the enclosure, so there's also pupae too. It's kind of hard to be 100% sure. Yes, there's Surinamensis too. I was actually surprised these ended up being Mercator because I guess Surinamensis is more common. But boy, that one day at the Menards in Livonia, 2 new species, the Negrobia rufipes and the Oryziphelus mercator. What a blessed day! Thank you, Smuggler Smookler. All right, going once on the Oryziphelus. Going twice. Sold. Tennyson with a winning. That spells Tennyson, by the way. Tennyson with a winning bid of exactly $1. Very amusing. Highly amusing is what that is. Teeny-son. Teeny-ozen. All right, here we go. We got some more good stuff here. We have a group of one of my new favorite isopods. I acquired them last winter. Really like them. They're very bluish. They got good texture, and they're pretty easy. They're just slow. They're a group of 10 armadillo tuberculatus, starting bid of $1. I am very fond of these. I grow fonder with time of them as well. I like them a lot. They seem to be long-lived. They're slow-growing and slow-breeding, but consistent. Hyperbeam says armadillo. R.R. Lowmayer says, I'm having a blast, like a speedrun education, all sorts of things. That's great. I'm glad that that's what you get from here. Means we're just doing the weekly general live stream because there are more people who are like that. But we'll get there. We got big plans in the works all around. By the way, name is pronounced Lowmeyer. All right, I will remember that. Took me forever to get the Joseph Tavir's name was pronounced that way. Do these stridulate like an officinalis? I haven't pestered them enough to do that. I only received 5 initially, and I didn't pester them. I have not really pestered them much. I've been like, oh, I really like these. I got to make sure they get going. And now they're going so I can make some available, but I'm not quite the level where I want to grab all the ones out of the colony, put them in a container, and shake it to see if they stridulate. Kyle, you're about to get some new grain pests yourself, aren't you? Yes, some new stuff coming in the near future. Smuggler posted a good picture of them for the texture, but the color, absolute crap in that picture. They are definitely, they're like slate gray, bluish. It's kind of like, I wonder if they're like Procellonides where they dry out and they get that more of a blue sheen to them, because they're definitely not, like that shows them as brown. It makes them look more like Armadillo officinalis, which I still do like, but they're definitely not that color in person. So, anyways, here's an X. Sounds like I need to start getting some more pictures up of things. Now they're added to the list of to-dos on top of all the other micromanaging and whatnot. All right, going once on the Armadillo tuberculatus. Going twice. Sold. To Ice Beam with a winning bid of 55. Ice Beam popping in to dethrone Lizard Beans. Finally, some bloodshed. I've been craving it. Oh, I almost did it, says Tells Springtails. It's funny. All right, we have a group of 7 Extatosoma tiaratum nymphs, starting bid of $1. This is the only item that there will be one more of in this auction. All right, so I got 2 groups of these. Only one of them is going up right now. Only one for now, but there will be more. Get these other guys queued up here. Ooh, boy, more stuff. We found a little isopod pocket, but we're moving past it shortly afterwards. Type these bad boys out. All right, and we're queued up for the next things too. Put an X here. Sorry for chatting here, Bar. These the ova I got from you. Yes, this is that species. Yes, these are nymphs. Started on blackberry and black raspberry, but we'll also take oak, and there's a bunch of websites that will tell you other things that they will eat. But this is what I have on hand here for at least a couple more weeks, I hope, in terms of phasmid foods. All right, going once on the Extatosoma. Going twice. Sold. Lizard beans. Winning bid of 41. Apparently, lizard beans needs even more Extatosoma. It would seem. Needs even more. Hyperbeam says, I wasn't even going to participate, but you forced my hand. Behavior says, have your amethanoides ooths hatched? No, they're having problems. I actually moved a couple of nymphs into another enclosure to act as a fail-safe, into an enclosure that I take better care of and that has other roaches in with that. Sometimes that stimulates better growth and will help with just the general vigor. So we're going to see how that goes. Elsie says, this is so random, but if you could have a paraplania locality, where would you want them to be from in the world? If they were in Antarctica, which I've only heard that supposedly Blada orientalis is or was established there, probably be from there, honestly. Bob Harrison raised Ecstatosoma solely on mulberry. I forgot about it as a host. I usually don't try to rely on something like mulberry because it's one of the first things to lose its leaves when there's a frost in Michigan. Brambles are usually cling to them for dear life, but if it works, it works. All right, next up, we have a group of 20 Cristarmadillidium. Why is it copying it as an image? I want the text. Come on, Excel. Get with the program. Get with the program, bucko. Don't do it again. All right, we have a group of 20 Cristarmadillidium muricatum, the spiky pineapple isopods. I hate that name. Actually, now that I think about it, it would be kind of cool to have an enclosure with Armadillo officinalis, Armadillo tuberculatus, officinalis red or orange crush or whatever the hell the different ones are, and then Cristarmadillidium. Keep the three of those together because you would have like red, blue, and yellow in colors. I might actually try to do that in the future. Seems like a nice little aesthetic to go for. I like that. You have to have some fun. You go on Facebook supposedly, and people are like, no. You have to buy the special substrate mix, and don't keep species together, and definitely don't keep this with that, and don't do this, and everything will die. And it's like, come on, just freaking relax. And then they're like, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sad to announce I lost my whole culture of this because I fed them for the first time in 800 years non-organic produce, and it just killed them all in like 5 seconds. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Kevin Santiago asking, how many of those you got, Kyle? How many Cristarmadillidiums? There's only one lot of everything in this auction, but the Cristarmadillidium colony, despite not having reliable husbandry for like 4 months, exploded. Again, some things they just crashed and burned and died, and I have to replace them. And other things I open up, it's like, why are there so many in here? So, like the green spots was another one that did that. Green spots, expanses too. We got some expanses coming up, everybody. We got some good stuff. All right, here's an X for the Cristarmadillidiums. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of 45. Double Z really wanting these Cristarmadillidiums. I won't stand between you and them. You may be my guest. All right, we've got something I definitely never offered for auction before because the colony right now is finally starting to produce, finally established, happy with them. Super easy millipede. Very rare millipede, too, in terms of where it's found in the wild. We have a group of 10 Narcissus woodruffi, Gainesville, Florida, starting bid of $1. Easy millipede, toss it on rotting wood, high humidity, forget about them. Super easy. Courtney's saying, I love my green spots. I do too. I like how carefree they've been for me. I like carefree things. Ooh, we'll do a plant next. I got it right here. We'll do this next. Yeah, boy. We're gonna do that. I gotta put them up for grabs before I forget about them, actually. It's sitting right over here. I don't know where I would get pictures of woodruffi. It's just interesting. There's like 3 Narcissus in North America, I guess. Well, there's the Americanus complex, but there's like 3 described, I think. And like woodruffi is just this long, pale, thin, unassuming thing. And it's I don't know. It's just interesting. How many Narcissus are there? Okay, there's only 3. 4 described ones. There's the Annularis Americanus complex. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Americanus is totally a complex. I wonder if we'll discover another Narcissus. Like Texas might be hiding something. Texas is always hiding things, I would say. All right, thank you for the abundance of pictures. Here's an X for the Narcissus woodruffi. Crime Bear, of course, providing some pictures of the stock of this very stock from his collection. We've got a lot of people who are very interested in woodruffi out of nowhere. It warms my heart. I like, again, they're just easy bug. You know, they're not the same size as Americanus or Annularis, but it's a fun little easy bug. Love it. North American native. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Sleeve McDykel with a winning bid of 40 bones. Just going to put you down as Sleeve, as I often do. Thank you, everybody. In the woodruffi, say thank you for your enthusiasm as well. Now let's do this. We got about 20 seeds. Malothria, Stabra, starting bid of $1. This is the Cucamelon. I grew these myself this year, my first year getting them to grow, and I loved them. Very drought resistant. I love the flavor. Maybe I'll do a in the fashion of Will's old wild food review. I got a couple Cucamelons I could go have. So this is a Cucamelon, which is what you're bidding on. And I recommend picking them a little before they're ripe, and they'll still be kind of firm. If they get too ripe, they kind of taste like a mushy cucumber that started to like ferment a little bit. I don't like it very much. But if you pick them a little bit before they're fully ripe, that's when they're best for eating. Crunchy. Tastes like a cucumber with a little bit of tang to it, like a limey flavor, basically. Very addicting to eat, also. I should say you can salad additive, but I just like to snack on them. They're very tasty. Tennis asking about Wetumpka Americanus. I think those might be coming up. Oh, these are really good. I'm savoring these. Those are seeds out of ones that I grew this year. Very same tasty stock. Here's an X for the Cucamelon seeds. Tasty little things. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Bob Harrison with a winning bid of $10. Bob coming in. Just write Bob right on that baggie there. Maybe I'll do the other plant while we're at it. We got some plant-minded folks here. Alan says, warms my heart too since I caught the Narcissus woodruffi next to a trash pile next to a homeless guy's tent. Thank you, Alan, for that additional context. Alan says, David, I need to refresh the stream. Sorry, Alan. Well, next up we have about 15 seeds. There might be a little more. Passiflora incarnata. I thought that my where do I put that up here? 15 seeds. Passiflora incarnata. Michigan Cold Hardy. Starting bid of $1. I thought that my Passiflora had died, but I'm not living anymore apparently because I didn't even see it came up this year, like closer to my neighbor's lawn, and it grew into I didn't see a single flower this year. I haven't been outside to look or do anything like that. I've been so busy with just everything. I haven't had time to enjoy much like I have in years past. And so the passion flower vine, it grew gigantic. It grew bigger than it's been in any past years. along the side of my yard, adjacent to my neighbor, and it produced a bunch of fruit. I had no idea. That means it was flowering all summer and just fruiting like crazy. The thing just had like, I don't know, I think I picked like 10 to 15 fruits off of it, and then there's still fruit on it now that I'm leaving to hopefully ripen before frost. I actually have one adult Ecstatosoma male. Contact me about that if you need him. He's yours. So anyways, so it came back and it fruited and it made a bunch of seeds, and here you go. So if you want to try growing a cold hardy passion flower, and it's come back 4 or 5 years now. Yeah, since about 2021, 2020, 2021, 4 or 5 years in Michigan. There you go. All right, here's an X. Anybody interested? Anybody want Passiflora incarnata? Am I going to have to dig up a picture? The fruit is also edible. It's a passion flower. I should say that. There's some medical reports something that somebody had had heart issues or something after eating it, but there wasn't enough like data or evidence to suggest it was caused by this and not something else. But and I can say when I actually let the fruit ripen, because I've never actually let the fruit fully ripen, it has the same like ripeness and consistency as a passion fruit. Like you could get it like a Meijer or a fruit store or something, and it's just as tasty. It's a little bit tartar, but it's still extremely tasty. Yeah. So yeah. There you are. Not a problem if you're somebody like somebody who lives in Florida, where you have a bunch of wild species and propagated ones you can just go crazy with. But in Michigan, you know, slim pickings for something as crazy as this. That's also perennial. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Miraculously with a winning bid of $7. Congrats. All right, we got the plant stuff I had set aside out of the way. The flowers are just ridiculously beautiful. It's crazy just how they look. And again, on something, Passiflora incarnata is native up to Ohio. Like this is a truly Eastern North American native species, and it looks so tropical. Any Eurycotis to that? I'm not sure. All right, let's move on to another stack. We have a group of one adult pair. I hate taping this out. Eudicella Schultziorum pseudo-wormani, starting bid of $1, and I just despise typing that out. Again, it's beetle taxonomy and these publications and all these things. It's just so crappy. People just seem to make up subspecies, and then there's like subspecies that end up being valid species, but then they just keep calling them subspecies and blah blah blah. So, anyways. So, freshly emerged adult pair. It's a smaller male and a larger female. It's just how it is sometimes, fellas and ladies. So it's these dudes right here. You can see the nice little horn on this guy. These are also freshly enclosed. I just pulled these out of my enclosure. Whoop, there it goes. Day active 2, shiny green. Of course, the lighting in here is absolutely terrible, so can't really see them as well as you could, but thus is life. But anyways, like them. This is my F3. Producing an F2. Producing an F2 right now. That's where we are at. And we have a lot of interest here. And I got to copy this to Excel. All right, we're good. Thank you, Courtney, for a nice picture of one also. I put an X up there for these. Email port. one of our resident beetle enthusiasts, really coming in, really wanting to assert dominance for these. Going once, going twice. Sold. To Control R. Looks like Double Z might have the win here. Double Z over OP Original Gecko. Double Z with a winning bid of $50. Double Z is our resident big fellow this evening, it would seem. Double Z is in a commanding position in many of these auctions. A new age of man, the Double Z age. All right, we have a group of 10 armadillo species. Israel, starting bid of $1. Used to be Officinalis Israel, CF Officinalis Israel. Somebody within the last 4 months was like, they're species now. They're not. Somebody looked at them. They're different from Officinalis. So I don't know what they're currently calling them. And Tennyson would probably be the person to inform us on what the current full name is for them, if any. But a dry liking species. I've done very well with them with my ventilated setups. Some other people, I really think some isopods, Expansus, Armadillo, Officinalis, and the species Israel, you give them too much humidity or not enough ventilation, and they just kind of grow big, and then they just sort of die without doing anything. Not sure what the strategy is there exactly, unless I don't know. So we don't seem to have any pictures of these, so people are lagging behind on being interested. It's the largest armadillo in culture, I want to say. Anyways, all right, a little bit more interest. Here's an X. Maybe it'll drum up when the pressure's on because this is a neat isopod species. Not sure if they're normally seen to. It was interesting to watch isopod interest go from all the mutants of stuff in the United States to the Armadillidium in Europe to the Porcelio in Spain to just jump straight to frickin' Cubaris, and then from Cubaris it went to spiky everything. What's the next step is my question from there. Cubaris with air quotes, etc. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Arbs with a winning bid of $10, and I will say that is a steal for these. That is the steal of the night so far. Arbs winning these is a very lovely species. I like them a lot. I forgot to mention, of course, forget to mention the selling point with them. They get a bluish sheen, not like all over them like a Porcelanites does, but like before they even molt, they just kind of look like they're like if you see meat at the supermarket and like the juice is kind of bulging in the corners of the meat, but like it's like that with their exoskeleton, but instead of the juice from the meat, it's like a bluish fluid or bluish fluidy looking stuff. Very interesting. Oh boy, time for blood. We have a group of 15 Porcelio Expansus White. Starting bid of $1. Allen stock, you will not find better. So this is Allen's line of here goes everybody. Porcelio Expansus White, the best stock probably in the world from Allen. There's no more needs to be said. Came from Allen. It's incredible stock, and yeah, I might try picking for larger white blotches on the back. That seems like a fun thing for me to do, so I might start doing that. See if I can get like a solid white isopod from like not a whiteout mutation. So, no, Alan, these are whites that you sent me. I do also have witches potions. as well. Porcellarianites will be the new ball python. It'll come full circle, and morphs of US species will be all the rage again. That's funny. Yes, whites. That's not saying there won't be witches' potions at some point, but all right. Here's an X for the Expansus. Finally, some blood, some real bloodshed tonight, which I've been giddy for. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Fushiguro with a winning bid of 75. Fushi on top of it. Second win tonight. Double Z. Was Double Z involved in this? No, Double Z bowed out. It was not interested. All right, we'll do this for posterity. 12 adult as bolus. Veracasis starting bid $1. Wild caught. Always have to put a group of these here. Somebody will show up wanting blue death feigners, and I will bring them. R.R. Lohmeyer asking, how many things up for auction tonight? Not including Satchel's things, we've already gone through 17. I think the total number of things is between 60 and 100, definitely below 100. So, double, because I already got some from the last auction. There you go, that's why. Alan keeps forgetting he has the Expansus whites. That's funny. Very funny. Funny. All right, I tire of this auction already for the Blue Death Feigners. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ryan with a winning bid of 21. Don't know who Ryan is, but congrats. Ryan, you got probably the least expensive blue death feigning beetles on the planet tonight. Unless I misread. No, definitely to Ryan. Winning bid of 21. Just Ryan, nothing fancy. Just a nice camel avatar. All right, we have question mark number adult museum affinity starting bid of $1. I say question mark because I don't really know how many there are in here. It's just kind of like crawling with them. So it's probably like over 100, honestly, but I did not bother to count. There's a bloom in the culture right now, so I'm spreading the love. Just here you go. Everybody who wants museum affinity. Look, I was so uncertain. I even on the container put question mark ... or ... question mark because I don't know how many there are. Any arachnids or centipedes this auction? No, unfortunately, no. It does not seem there will be arachnids or centipedes this auction. Oh, Ryan, that's you. All right, congrats on your win then. I don't have any Simon Doa planned to go up. I was thinking about putting some up, but I don't think so. I haven't brought those to a couple of auctions. There are other really cool roaches going up, stuff that I don't usually bring. I really wanted to try and get that in this one. It's a little bit more curated content. All right, the Amesium group going once. Going twice. Sold. Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 15. Send it to Bob. Okay, we're on to another stack. Let's see what awaits us in this stack. We start off with a millipede. We start off with a group of 10. Centrobolus splendidus. Starting bid of $1. This is the Madagascar Fire Millipede. The bright red one that people get mixed up with the Rusties and they get upset because they don't realize this is what they really wanted. Some questions about some other stuff. We just got a little bit of a mix of everything. I'm not going to go into too much detail. We do have some more beetles and more roaches and more isopods and more millipedes, and that kind of runs the gamut there. Oh, this is a combo thing here. Oh, I think I'm missing the other combo. This is a big. To get the rest of those. What did I just put up? Put up Centropolis. Okay. We'll put an X for the Centropolis, and I'll get to closing out those bids as soon as I look up some important information to the plot. If I can. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good to go. All right, going once on the Splendidus. Going twice. Sold. Thylacine with a winning bid of $40. I should also mention that what was I going to mention? Oh, refresh your streams, everybody. Refresh the live stream. That way you are not behind when my wonderful, sexy voice is talking about things you should be bidding on. All right, we have a beetle up next. We have a group of 4 L2, L3 larvae, Lucanus elaphus, starting bid of $1. Probably subspecies Acbesianus. Now we got some people coming in. A nice little starter group if you would like to try to breed this species, which is very threatened in parts of its range. I don't think this particular part of it is threatened. Kyle, wrong species. Oh, whoops. It's supposed to be Lucanus curvus. Thank you for catching that, Alan. I have a little bit to drink tonight, not much. I'm blushing over here. All right, we will restart this. My apologies, everybody. It's Lucanus curvus, and then we're going to copy this. Alan, thank you for being quality control. All right, we restart. There we go. Thank you. I feel like a big dum-dum doing that. All right, we're back on track. Everybody got excited about the elaphus. I thought you were high when you started saying subspecies. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day someone from South Korea will look at all the elaphus and the Appalachians and split them into subspecies by size and the number of points on the mandibles of major males. We'll see. Woo, Nelly. All right, here's an X for the Lucanus curvus. It's the European giant stag beetle. Is larger than all of the North American species, by the way. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like double Z, but could be Isopod Scientology. It is Isopod Scientology with a winning bid of, long pause got me, winning bid of 46. We'll just write Scientology on here. No, I know who you are when I go to pack things up. All right. Speaking of things that eat wood, we got a roach I haven't put up in a while. One of those ones I I foreshadowed. 20 Ancaudelia hamifera, starting bid of $1. I think I spelled Ancaudelia right. Let's see. Ancaudelia. Yep, there we go. This is a lovely wood-eating roach. You can feed it nothing but wood if you so desire. Very easy. Very lovely. Speaking of things that get high, cheers, says Courtney. It's funny. I probably will grab myself another drink. I'm going to go steal photos from TJ, as most of the photos of my roaches that I use for auctions come from TJ. Was TJ we were trying to, the common name, I think the gold butt roach. I think that was the name that we were going to go with. The gold butt roach. I know he's got a better picture of it somewhere because their butts are hairy for some reason and golden. Just one of those things, you know? The gold butt roach. Does he mention it on here that their butts are golden? He must. Nymphs and adults have a layer of short golden setae on their last two dorsal abdominal segments. They look like they have golden butts. So, just a roach I haven't put up in a while. A wood feeder. Likes high humidity. I like them. Easy. You gotta like easy bugs. All right. Here's an X for the Ancaudelia. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 40 on the Ancaudelia. Thank you for your enthusiasm, everybody. I think you will like these. Again, you hear millipedes and beetles, and they need wood, and they need this state of wood, and blah, blah, blah. A lot of these wood-feeding roaches from Southeast Asia, you can literally put on like hardwood fuel pellets and keep it moist to wet, and they'll just eat that. It's kind of crazy. Like, they're basically termites without the risk of infestation. It's really nuts. So, all right. We got that all recorded. Lizard beans. All right. Here we have something a little bit more on the common fare side of things. I figured I would bring them, though. 30 Leuci Hormetica subcincta. The wreathed glow spot roach. Starting bid of $1. A hobby mainstay. I'm told as of a couple of years ago, there are now hybrids floating around of subcincta and varicosa. But I don't know how. But maybe the year will be 2060, and I am in my 70s, and I have the last pure colonies of every species of cockroach on Earth, and I must defend my building, which has grown from as of yet unconfirmed finalized number of square footage to approximately 10 times that size from invading hordes that wish to contaminate my pure stock. Speaking of that, I'm going to move a couple of these things out of here, and I'm going to grab another drink, I think, is what I'm going to do. So I will be right back, everybody. All right. We've got another freaking tabs. I don't even like using my nails. I've started growing nails again. I've been trying to relax more. I can't even use my nails to get this stupid tab. There we go. Solved the problem. All right, let's see. The love. Franchi asking the difference between these and varicosa. Color. These have more of a yellow, black, gray color scheme. Varicosa is more brown, black, white, red, yellow. Here's an X for the subcincta. Another old colony of mine. I think I'd have to check my records. I think I did tracing and some thoughts on this. I'm pretty sure this current iteration of them came from Matt K around 2010. So another species that's been chugging along here for over a decade. Thank you, Smuggler. I appreciate that. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 35. Bob cleaning house with some stuff tonight. All right. Put that up there and not quite onto another pile. All right, definitely have not put these up in a long time. We have a group of 30. Latitude species. African bullet. Starting bid of $1. African bullet roaches. Has been a long time since I have put these up for auction. They've been in the hobby a long time. These came from Oren circa 2008. Sounds about right. And have been with me ever since. Over a decade and still no confirmed ID. I think they might be a Heberdina or an Aphrostylopiga species. I had a friend who had showed me a convincing publication showing Neostylopiga propinqua, and they do have a very similar odor, but Heberdina and or Aphrostylopiga also have that same defensive odor. So I think that we can rule out them being propinqua, which is why they're back to Blattidae species African bullet. I do think they're Heberdina or Aphrostylopiga species now. What does it smell like? It kind of smells like a tomato plant. Like when you bruise the foliage on a tomato plant. But more appetizing and less strong and odoriferous, but it is extremely close in smell to bruising a tomato plant, and I like that. And I need to include that in the new website in their flavor text in case anybody wants to eat them. The flavor text is for eating, obviously. All right, going once on the African bullets. Going twice. Sold. To Behijager with a winning bid of $10. All right. May not have gone for much, but I appreciate the interest that was generated. Now we hop from that to something very different. A group of 20 Leuci Hormetica grossi, starting bid of $1. The mega glow spot cockroach, the largest species in culture of Leuci Hormetica, a species I have historically succeeded with and then struggled with and now succeed with. The key was stupidly high humidity, I would say. Varicosa and subcincta both will take very dry and maybe even prefer drier conditions than grossi, which does not do well under those same conditions. So I've been keeping the grossi really humid, and they've been doing really well for me with the typical roach leaf litter and this and that and all the fixins. So I'm happy to finally have them going reliably again. Finally know what I was doing wrong and now doing right. So, and now everybody else gets to enjoy that as well. Here's an X for the grossi. Leuci Hormetica grossi. Going once. Going twice. Sold. to Behigiger with a winning bid of nice 69. To Behigiger, 2 in a row. Can Behigiger be stopped? Also, I always mutilate the letters when I write it down on here for your name specifically. Lizard Beans was close to putting 70, but no dice. All right, we got more roaches. Let's have some fun with roaches, everybody. We have 30 Panchlora species giant, starting bid of $1. I told you all we'd be getting some stuff I don't usually auction off in the roach department here. And we are going through it, and this is one of them. And my giants are doing well right now. All my Panchlora are doing well, and it makes me wish I still had species white because I bet I would do well with them now. But can't change the past. Can only work towards a better future. This is the largest Panchlora species as well. Been around a while. I lost my colony in 2018 or 2009. No, I didn't. That was my speckleds that I lost and got back. Giants I've had going pretty much since 2008 or 2009, although I do need to check my Excel to confirm that. So it's been a while. All right, here's an X. I will let them, I don't even post a picture. I'll let them go on their status alone. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 21. Another bidding win for Bob. All right. Switching gears to an isopod. We have a group of 30 Armadillidium Vulgari Magic Potion. Here's stock. Starting bid of $1. I won't rant on these. I've ranted enough. Enough breath has been wasted on this topic. I will simply wait until the new website is done, wherein I will dump all of this information received from the actual passionate hobbyists in my own experience, and we will dunk on all those isopod suits out there. RS and got to keep the things that lean toward drier conditions. RR, you actually have a gift being in a place that is naturally dry, in that you can use low ventilation setups for species that don't usually thrive in low ventilation, and they will do very well. So that's something that you should keep in mind, is that don't exclude things that need higher humidity. I would much rather prefer to have a bone dry room and be able to keep most things sealed up or covered up or somehow restrict the ventilation than have a really humid room and have to fully ventilate everything, because the stuff that likes super high ventilation and likes it dry does not do well when the air is humid, but the stuff that likes low ventilation and moist does just fine if the air is dry if you restrict the ventilation. So Stephen Locust, sorry Stephen, the size, it's the largest at just over an inch for the adult females of the species giants. Courtney says, I always hear the banana song when I see them. What's the banana song? The banana phone song, or like Banana Man by Tally Hall? I'm curious. John Doe commenting on the One True Magic Potions. But yes, RR, go ahead, give my roach care guide a read. It's on the website. There's some sentiments about ventilation and roach care and stuff like that there. Let it maybe guide you towards how you can start keeping things, because it's definitely so much easier to keep stuff that wants to be super humid when you have dry conditions. And then you can keep the dry stuff super easily too than it is here, where it's so freaking humid. Then I have to ventilate the crap out of everything in the summertime. Otherwise, it's just bacterial, fungal, blah, blah, blah. This is where I would put my period. If I had one. Thank you, Circa, for that meme. Lizard Beans flexing on everybody with a 69 bid. I won't get between that. There's an X. We'll wrap it up shortly. William Yades says, ask Tessa, we get like 10% low humidity. Making bins is different. Yes, it's very different out there again with the low humidity. Again, I would prefer it, honestly, that way. And you can always get a humidifier. It's so much more difficult to dehumidify than to humidify. Hyperbeam says, I attribute my success with a lot of bugs to that factor. I had to desiccate a few species, but it was worth it. Yeah, once you find that balance, it makes things a lot easier. Oh, that one. Yes, I know that song, Courtney. And then Deo, Harry Belafonte. I love that we can just ping pong these ideas here and people figure out what's going on. All right, here's an X for the Vulgari going once, going twice, sold. Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 69, being out Dr. Humroyd, who was sneaking in there. And I'm very surprised that JoJo didn't pop up. JoJo is well known for gobbling up my magic potions when I put them out there. I'm very surprised. All right, here's another one that might get gobbled up. We have a group of 50 Cubaris species white shark. Asterisk. This bin may have I used some substrate that was sent to me by a friend when I was redoing isopod containers and did not realize until I was done redoing a couple of them that there were dwarf whites in the substrate that I received. So I have had, for the first time in a long time, a breach of biohazard in approximately 5 isopod bins, and this was one of them. However, it is interesting to note that I think the white sharks outcompete the trichorhina. Because the bins that I added that substrate to, and then there was the last one in the series where it was like, oh my god, there's dwarf whites in here. The last bin I added that to, and the prior bins that I then marked, when I did husbandry the other day, after it was like a month or so after doing the last refresh or whatever, the dwarf whites had multiplied, and I could see that there were more of them. When I checked the white sharks, there was no sign of dwarf whites. So I'm pretty sure that the white sharks are out competing the dwarf whites. And when you have enough of them, they do fill a very similar niche. But anyways, so I checked these. I didn't see any dwarf whites. There could be one little niblet size one that snuck in there. I don't know. But I did double inspect. So, all right. We'll get to wrapping that up on the Lizard Bean says, I thought I bought like 20 white sharks last time. Pleasantly surprised with 100. Yeah, did I said those, or was that from somebody else? Because like when I'm packing them up, I'm just like, oh, some of these are too small, and then I just end up like, oh, I'll give them a couple more, and then they just keep falling in. And I'm just like, oh, okay, all right, I guess it's like a billion now. So it was you, yeah. So all right, going once, going twice, sold. To Fushiguro, winning bid of 22. I haven't checked the market price for these guys in a long time. I'm curious, does the bidding reflect a decline in the general pricing for this species, or is it a phenomena that has emerged from just this auction? I'm curious. I will check that out in a sec. All right, next up we have 10 larvae, Cottonus nitida, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Starting bid $1. They have some white eyes. So this is the eastern fig eater, eastern green June beetle, etc. F2 captive bred. Hey, I know that place is Satchel. They've gone down, but that was still a steal. That's funny. Let me look. Let me just look this up. Cubaris white shark. Let's see. White sharks. Pangea sells them. Okay, that's a good litmus test. 5 for $46. Still pretty crazy. This store that somebody spoke favorably of, that I can't actually see the name of the website anymore. Rubber Ducky Isopod something. 6 for $80. Seems to still be up there. Tropical Isopods, 5 for $50. So it has come down a bit, but still seems a bit. Nobody was getting the auction pricing for them. Is the moral of the story here for this. So, all right, OP original, OG original gecko. I keep reading as OP original gecko. OG original gecko showing some interest. I won't get between you if you want them. Going once, going twice. Sold to OG original gecko with a winning bid of 33. Yeah, if these do if this next generation of maturing adults produces some more white eyes, I will work on isolating them. Just seems like a little fun thing to do. Not sure if too many people will be that interested in them. But, hey, it's fun to try. All right, we have like a bajillion Calosobruchus maculatus starting bid $1. Here you go, everybody. Here's another grain pest. The black-eyed pea weevil, cow pea weevil. I put like a bajillion because there's a ton of adults, and there's also a ton more adults inside the beans. I can't count all the ones inside the beans. I don't know how many it is, but here you go. You can see here. It's just there you go. Not much more to say here. We'll put an X there. We'll just get this. We'll get this on moving. Basically, if you want a culture of these, just pick it up now. Just get it. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. Bob Harrison, winning bid of $3. All right. Congrats on your infestation. I actually, in all the years I've been keeping these, I've never actually had any of the ones I've let loose or spilled or anything find my stash of black-eyed peas I used to feed them. So, just a little bit of an exaggeration. All right, 20 Orthomorpha subcarshi. Remember, this is the only group going up tonight of this species. Captive bred Orthomorpha subcarshi, and super easy, maybe the easiest flat millipede to breed. Super cool, gets really large, not picky, just amazing. And hopefully this other Orthomorpha I got will do something. We're gonna the spider shop. Maybe we'll go on landsnails.org. We'll just do a little copy al pasto. How large? I have buried my ruler. Adult size. These ones are they're about 3/4 of an inch long. These are very well started. They're not small by any standards. All right, Dr. Hemorrhoid's in the mix. Everybody pack your bags, go home. It's over. I'll post this image for those who need to know still about them. Subcarshi again. You want a flat millipede. You want a colorful flat millipede. You want a big flat millipede. This is the one. if you don't have the patience to mess around with all the North American ones, and you aren't fixated on a color that's not yellow and black, go with these. This is the answer to the flat millipede question. John Doe says, mine are growing fast and last. Fast growing too, easy, just go with it. Just get them. Here's an X. Orthomorphus of Karshai. The answer to all your prayers. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To OG Original Gecko. Yeah. Which is Tennyson's associate. So, congratulations. As I again butcher the name, the winning bid was $60. All right. We're getting down to the last of the ones on the platter over there, everybody. We're getting down the last of them. All right. We have a group of 10 plus tiny Spirostreptus cervaceus. Starting bid $1. If you want to just work with this species, here's a chance. Try and do a low ball bid for them, get them. I'm just clearing out an old enclosure that had them in it, and I cannot bring myself to just sterilize the substrate, so the babies are going to somebody. RR says, will I be able to add non-auction stuff from your site to my winning bids and have it all shipped together? Yes, but you need to let me know like the second you email me with your winning bids, because all this stuff is going out tomorrow or Tuesday. It's all getting boxed right up right away tomorrow morning and going out ASAP to beat that cold front that's moving in. So, and ideally, if you live in a cold location and your USPS is a little unreliable, I would like to have boxes held for pickup. I will leave that up to everybody's discretion. But as long as I can get these boxes out tomorrow evening, there shouldn't be any problems. So just keep that in mind. All right, here's an X for the Spirostreptus cervaceus. What are they calling the flame-headed millipede, fire-head millipede, almost the size of Gigas. Definitely a better and easier millipede to breed than Gigas. 100% for sure. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Behigager with a winning bid of 55 for some tiny fellows. Again, there's at least 10 in there. I kept grabbing out of the substrate to make sure that if there were any DOAs or something, they'd be accounted for. All right. Next up, we have a first-time offering of CF Hiltonius species, Otero County, New Mexico, starting bid $1. Wild caught. These are just got these on a whim. They're doing very well. See if I can find a big one. Just a dry tolerant, medium size, grayish gunmetal colored millipede. You want to try them? Give them a go. See how well they do for you. See if you can figure out how to breed them, etc. I've got a big enclosure set up for the groups that I've received, and then I just figured maybe somebody else would like to play around with these, see what they can do. RR, yes, I do have Simon Doe available again. Just shoot me in your email, which you have to send to claim your auction bids. Just let me know you'd like to add that to your order. Just let me know you'd like to add that, and we'll go from there. We'll put an X here again. Might as well. You wanna pet millipede. You want to just work with something new. You got locality information too. Even without a species ID, at least you know where it comes from if they get ID'd in the future. You will be able to figure that out. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Ninjas 18 with a winning bid of $15. This was Behijager who won the Servatius. That's right. So I murdered that name again, writing it down. Winning bid of $15. Can't be too mad. New species, you get to try them out. Maybe they do well for you. Maybe they don't. Maybe you end up with a tank full of them in a couple of years and you say, wow, I really enjoyed getting those. This is my favorite thing. They're so easy. Sometimes it's like that. All right, we got a couple beetles here. We have a group of 3 L2, L3 larvae and 1 adult male Phallocrognathus muelleri green, starting bid of $1. This male just freaking powered through his existence, and I have all these larvae, and then there's just one like 1.5 inch-ish size adult male in the group, and why? You're all in the same style enclosure, you're all fed the same thing, and one of you just powered right through. I don't think Florida legal. They're kind of weird with some stuff and not weird with some other stuff. I know roaches for sure. I'm not as versed on the isopods and beetles, although I think the isopod sellers just left the state of Florida because of potential legal issues. I don't know the whole story, though. Don't know. All right, here's the X for the green rainbow stags. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of $31 and yet another steal tonight, I would definitely say. Steal from Double Z of $31 for this group of rainbow stags. All right. All right. Next up, we're at the end of our tray, at the end of the platter here. And I have to go get more stuff from the kitchen after this. But let's wrap these up. We have 10 Cubaris species rubber bee, starting bid of $1 for the rubber bees. I like these. I think they are very cute. It's kind of like if isopod people were trying to bring back the spark of people finding out about rubber duckies, and like you know about rubber duckies, but have you seen rubber bees? And then there's a little bit of hype over it, but not as crazy as for the rubber duckies. And then everybody just kind of mixes the two of them up, and then the world explodes, and yada, yada, yada. That's how it goes. Certainly, what a way to live. What a way to go. So saith me. Oh, it's getting a little claustrophobic here. Just a teensy bit. Got to counterbalance the weight on this platter thing. All right. Let's see. Okay, we got some interest here. We've got some good back and forth seas here on the rubber bees. Let me see if there's a picture. Rubber bee isopod. Google. Cubaris species. Rubber bees. Pictures don't really make them look as cute as they are in person. I find that with a lot of stuff. People work really hard to get these like the perfect angles, and they alter all the colors and stuff, and then the real life color is just so much better. Okay, here's one. Isopod.com's picture of rubber bee looks good. Basically rubber ducky remixed. All right, here's an X for the rubber bees. The rubber ducky remix. And we got what we got here. Oh, wow, those snuck in here. Okay, okay. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of 35. Another steal, I feel, tonight. Terrariums. I'm just going to put you down as Terrariums. Or Laura. I'm going to put you down as Laura. It'll be easier for the shorthand. All right. Congrats. I think that's your first win tonight, too. A snipe. Beating out some heavier hitters, I would even say. All right. Next up, we have a group of Grain Pests. About 100 Tribolium confusum. Starting bid of $1. The confused flower beetle. You guys wanted Grain Pests? It's on the thumbnail. I must give the Grain Pests. Kevin asked about more Cubaris. Yes, there should be more coming up. It'll probably more isopods in the next platter of things I have to go get. I would say we're probably just about halfway through, maybe even just shy of halfway through, perhaps, or just over. Don't know. All right, here's an X for the confused flower beetles. Going once. Grain Pest, Grain Pest. Going twice. Sold. To Glock Roaches with a winning bid of $9. We're going to put you down as Glock. Glock Roaches. Bang, bang. $9. Glock Roaches. Good job. All right. Next up, 20 Cubaris species. Platinum Ducky, which were thrust on me against my will. Starting bid of $1. It's like if Cubaris tried to be Stylisticus, is how I look at them. And they were just sent to me. Let's see what the Google says. Platinum Ducky Isopod. Okay, here, Platinum Metallica Shiny Designer Ducky. It's just, again, it's Cubaris cosplaying as Stylisticus is how I would describe them. I'm not particularly motivated to find a picture to copy paste. Just kind of all over the place. And God, seeing like 3 different pictures of the same species with 5 different names is just end me now, please. I'm done. I don't want to live with this planet anymore simply because of that. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Bob Harrison with a winning bid of 15 to Beb. Thanks very much, Beb. Okay, here we go. We got a group of 10 Spirostreptus species 1, starting bid $1. The best pet millipede. I have sung this species praises a number of times. I return to sing it again. One of, if not the best pet millipede species. Nice color, nice size, hardy, productive, long-lived. Why do we bother with Orthoporus when there are these? Nobody can freaking figure out Orthoporus or not as breeding. This is like the same thing, but instead of yellow and orange, it's green and orange. Why not? Is this the one who munched cocoa fiber? No, that's Anodinobolus ocraceus is that one. And Monilla corinus will also munch the cocoa fiber as well. Although, honestly, would not surprise me if these guys would do that too. Would not be surprising in the least to me if that ended up being the case. So, hey, get them and try that out. Be the first one to have a specific answer. And this, I will find a picture for Spiroscorpion species 1. Who would be okay with me bogarting a picture? You know what? Peter's a good sport. The colors are much more crisp in person for those who haven't seen them. The green in between the orange bands pops a lot more. It's much better. The usual leaf litter and rotting wood, yep, that is perfectly fine for them. They don't really even care about the quality of it like other millipedes will. Just all around an amazing, incredible, probably the best pet millipede species overall. Tennyson bringing up the platinum duckies. Platinum are in an undescribed genus, same new genus. Casorn honey and teddy bears are in current ideas armadillidae species. Platinum. All right, I'll have to update the labels. It's the only the Spiroscorpion also the only species that Satchel owns. He's got to say. Let's see what these teddy bears look like. Do they deserve their name? Cubaris species teddy bear. I love typing in the genus and immediately getting pictures. Maybe teddy bear isopod. This is not getting me where I want to be. It's only going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever even gets better. Just remember that. All right, people are going all in now that you see them. Again, I love these. I cannot sing their praises enough. Long lived, easy keeping. Doesn't mind too moist or too dry. Just the perfect pet millipede. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Bob Harrison. Bob also an emergent powerhouse tonight, winning bid of $61. Incroyable, as they say. I gotta write Bob on here. Another one for Bob. All right. And this is our last non-giveaway in this platter. And I didn't plan this. This is just how I was picking containers up here. But our only group of 12 Pseudoglomerus Magnifica Kook Fuong starting bid of $1. The Magnificent Emerald Roaches starting bid $1 for a group of 12. My colonies are downshifting. We're past the summer. We're going into the dry winter, and they are downshifting their production. I need to upshift my watering on them. But the days of excessive abundant Magnifica are likely coming to an end for at least the next 4-ish months. So here we go, says Hyperbeam. So get them in auction while you can, fellows. People already say Taranti with the gif I'm out. It's funny. I feel like somebody may end up getting lucky with these today. I feel like it. I'm getting that kind of vibe, but we'll see what happens. Nope, never mind. Dr. Humroyd is in there. Mark Gonzalez says, how are you supposed to bid? Mark, there is a Discord channel, which is in the YouTube video link. You go to the Discord channel and enter Bid Central, where you can then place your bids. They are more accurate in terms of counting when I say bids are about to end. So Edison Sigony says, God, I wish I had the paycheck to get those. Also, welcome to both of you. I don't think I recognize both of you in the chat, so welcome if this is your first time. Still free shipping at $100, or is that auction-only items? If you add things to your order to go over $100, you do qualify for free shipping. So as long as you have an auction order, getting over $100 with your auction order and then anything you add from the website qualifies you for free shipping. So keep that in mind for free priority mail shipping. All right, I'm going to put this nonsense to an end here. Got a couple of juggernauts duking it out here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. For the Roaches with a winning bid of 145. Congrats for the Roaches. Winning our only group of Magnifica up for grabs today. Congratulations. I regret not going for those tuberculosis. That's okay, Jose. Maybe there'll be a group up again at some point. It's pseudoglomerus. It's not perispherus anymore. Yes, the perispherus are the ones that roll into a ball. Any Aranavega? I'm not sure. I got to check the other pile. Singing in TJ's voice. I need to listen to that song again. I need to listen to TJ's bop. I really need to. Don't bid and drive, says Thylacine. That's funny. We're going to do a giveaway, and it's going to be for giveaway for 7 Extatosoma tiaratum nymphs. And I'm going to leave the question up while I go and clear this platter off and get the next one. So you guys are going to have to go at it for a bit. I got to think of how I'm going to word this. How am I going to word this question? I kind of got two answers floating around in my head, and I gotta figure out which one I want to go with here. There's two answers. They're both really good. Any springtails available? Not in this auction. For sale is a different story. How am I going to word this question? How am I going to... I don't want this to be too easy. All right. I'm going to put it up. I'm going to put up a question. And we're just going to see where it goes. Again, you guys are just going to have to guess while I'm gone. Get that conversation up in the top chat for the win. And the question is... That's probably good enough wording. All right. Question is, while I'm gone, for the 7 Extatosoma tiaratum nymphs giveaway, what is my favorite cartoon? Start guessing. There's two answers I'll take. All right, here's the last of the auctioning stuff, everybody. It's about 30-ish items, give or take. All right, let's see. All right, we're going down. I'm going to just read through. We got Pokemon Futurama being suggested. I do like Ren and Stimpy. It's not my favorite, though. Sailor Moon. Angela likes Sailor Moon. Courage the Cowardly Dog. I do love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Not the answer though. But I do really love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yu-Gi-Oh! Everybody had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Phase back in my day. Cow and Chicken's pretty good too. Family Guy, no. Cat Dog, I did like Cat Dog. SpongeBob, first season, SpongeBob's great. Digimon. Satchel says, I think I know this, but I don't want to feed more stick bugs. Alan suggesting My Little Pony, hilarious. Simpsons, a lot of people, 90s kid, millennial, good guess is The Simpsons. No, Augie and the Cockroaches, I know what that is. That's a good guess. Gurren Lagann is an anime. We're not going to count animes. It's not a cartoon. Maybe we should have said an American or North American Western cartoon, maybe. So they say I can be bribed to reveal the answer if someone were so inclined. One Punch Man, Elden lied, King of the Hill. Are we counting anime as cartoon? No, we're not. Smiling Friends is an adult cartoon. I do really like Smiling Friends. I do love Smiling Friends. There's two more. Let's see. Kyle looks like a Rocco's Modern Life kind of guy. Kevin, if that's your answer, that is correct. It is. You did hide it in a statement there. However, further down we have John Doe with the other answer, which is I really, really, really love Angry Beavers. So it's Rocco's Modern Life and Angry Beavers. There you go. You got some other answers. Danny Phantom, it was all right. Pinky and the Brain, all right. Ed and Eddie's really good too, but really love me Rocco's Modern Life and Angry Beavers. I think if I had to give it to one of those two over the other, I would honestly probably give it to Angry Beavers. The writing on that show is just so good. It was just way ahead of its time. So, Kevin Santiago and John Doe, you both got it. I don't have two sets of Ecstatosoma to give out. However, if one of you wants to claim the Ecstatosoma, I'm happy to give the other one of you something else reasonable of your choosing. So we have Kevin Santiago and John Doe tie-ish. Favor to Kevin. So, Kevin, we'll give you the Ecstatosoma, and John, you let me know what you want or some things you're thinking about. And, I do love drawing together too, but there's just something so comfortable and funny about Angry Beavers or Rocco's Modern Life. Again, I would probably give it to Angry Beavers over Rocco, but it's still very close. So John, contact me and I'll get you something. We'll get you something. So we'll give it to Kevin because he did answer first. 7 Ecstatosoma. Santiago. We'll give that to you, and John, you can also claim a prize. I do really love drawing together. It's a really, there's the two differences. You go kind of way towards one side with the wholesome, and then way towards the other side, opposite the wholesome. All about Rescue Rangers. I did like Ren and Stimpy. I like a lot of 90s cartoons, but just I can go back to Rocco's Modern Life and Angry Beavers and just love the show, savor the dialogue, laugh at stuff in a way I can't with a lot of other stuff. I definitely give it to those two over the other things in terms of those. So anyways, thank you to everybody for participating. I'm totally cool with whatever we can figure something small. Yeah, John, just again, send me a thing and I'll get you a box of something. We'll figure it out. Now, without further ado, maybe this auction will wrap up in a reasonable hour and I could sleep. Wouldn't that be great, everybody? I got to get up at 7 tomorrow to pack all this stuff anyways. Let's rock and roll. Where's my Sharpie? There's my Sharpie. Okay. We have a group of 50 Hemithursosauria paleata, starting bid of $1. Hemithursosauria paleata. What a wonderful phrase. I make the joke a lot. Happy to be here, says John Doe. And thank you to everybody else who guessed. Let's see if I miss a super wonderful mighty show. I've never even heard of that Bahijager. DuckTales. I was never really into DuckTales, honestly. I heard, well, from Satchel that the newer one is actually very good. I have no doubt the older one was also pretty good. Batman, I like was it Batman, the animated The Next Generation something that was on Toonami. That I think that had a good premise. I don't think I ever got too into that. John Doe seconding the Angry Beavers as top quality. Tail Slava says R. Lohmeyer. Yeah, I just something about that. It's just all this a show. They made a show about freaking beavers, and there's so much love and care and stuff worked into that. Like they gave up very on making it a semi-realistic thing. Like Norb's got his whole like secret basement base, and then there's all the crazy stuff they get into, and they're almost like superpowers of cutting and building stuff. But they also did their research on like all this stuff about like the teeth overgrowing if they don't chew, the like instinct to dam stuff up being a thing. Just and the beavers leaving the lodge when they're a certain age and all this stuff. And then most importantly, I was watching it with my friend Brandon a couple of months ago, and like when the beavers are being catapulted or they're in stress, they go like, "Wee!" And we're like, why do they do that? Like, is that just like a tick they decide to give them? So then we looked up what noises do beavers make, and that's the noise that beavers make. They go like, "Wee, wee," like those noises, the ones that the angry beavers make. And it's just like this is nice, like this weird blend of inspired reality plus like the cartoon plus the surreal stuff. And the guy who made that show was so bizarre. Like his credentials were he worked on like Johnny Quest or something in the 80s or something. And then he went on to do Angry Beavers, which is why there are all these weird scenes referencing like old horror, and there'll be these like really well drawn characters that pop up every once in a while, and it's just like this such a weird blend of like, okay, I'm gonna do this beaver show and it's gonna be great, but then I'm gonna also work in this other thing that I love. Well, it's just great. All right, we'll put an X up for the Paleata. Although it seems my clamoring on and on was good for bidding, so it would seem. All right, going once. Going twice. Soul. 2 will control R. And then I'll get on Morocco's Modern Life in a second, too. Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 53. Lizard Beans. Winning bid of 53. Just beating out Glock Roaches. So close, yet so far. So close, but so far. Was it William Shatner? Was that what Norm was imitating when he do that? That's how I know it through. All right, Isopod people, eat your hearts out. 10 Cubaris species. Lemon blue. Starting bid, 1 doll hair. Come on, make my day, everybody. Anyways, Batman Beyond was good, says Jose Nunez. Stephen Logan asked about Rhino Roach pairs. All out for 2024. Keep your fingers crossed for 2025. Courtney says the new cartoons don't compare to what we had as kids. You got to look around. There's some stuff. What did somebody show me? I've seen a couple of newer things that were regular shows pretty good. I liked the first couple of seasons of Adventure Time. You just kind of have to look around a bit more. Johnny Quest, Venture Brothers. That's probably my favorite adult cartoon. I'm a huge fan of Venture Bros. But again, I gave it to the Rocco and the Beavers. Is Kyle alive for anyone? I'm right here. Will there be any Venom? I don't know. We'll see coming up. Parker Blatt Americana. We're going to see Gravity Falls was decent, says Alan. I haven't actually gone down the Gravity Falls hole. Maybe I will eventually. Let's see. We're gonna make it somebody's lucky day. We're gonna wrap up the bidding of the Lemon Blues faster before I start talking about other stuff. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Kuvrik with a winning bid of $55. Congrats, Kuvrik. Loki with the frowny face. It's okay. It's okay to feel sad sometimes. What's this? What's this? We'll grab these guys. We'll put these guys up first. Another isopod, 15. Porcelio Bolivare, lowercase. Bolivare starting bid at $1. It's just fascinating to think that 2017, people were basically killing each other for things like this. And now it's, I just have a big ol' tinkle. I like gargoyles, says Bahijajur. My friend Brandon loves gargoyles. He said this is a really, really good show. Haven't gotten into it. He'll probably get me into it eventually. Last winter we started watching The Critic, which was a surreal experience because it's got like this Simpsons and Family Guy DNA in it before Family Guy was a thing. It was very weird to watch that. It's such a 90s show, and again to see the Family Guy DNA in a show like that was just bizarre. So, but anyway, the thing with Rocko's Modern Life, I don't know, folks over, what would you be, like 50? People who really vividly remember like the 90s. You know, Rocko's Modern Life was really far ahead of time in terms of the nitty-gritty portrayal of society and kind of how things were. I'm curious for the older folks there, was there really this like squishing you down force of capitalism, big business, all that kind of stuff, more of a corporate pressure slamming everything back then? There's a lot of that in the show. There's like conglomero, there are phrases like "we own you." I'm just curious for those people who were further along in their life in the 90s if they can kind of second that. You know, was that something you felt? For the few older viewers who may be here, I'm really curious. Was that really the cultural zeitgeist at the time? Because I mean, I was just a little baby boobop, and everything's all rose tinted goggles up until 9/11, and then everything goes crazy. But relative to today, no, they were drama queens. Just saying. Again, I'm just curious. Again, got to ask the people who were their lived experiences through that time, what their perceptions of things were. Because you asked me about living through the last 10 years, 14 years. You know, it's a very specific zeitgeist I would assign to things at different points in time. I'm curious about that. Jose, bring up the weird crossover with Camp Lazlo and Rocko's Modern Life. I think it was one of the directors on Camp Lazlo was from Rocko's Modern Life. That's how that kind of snuck in there. My friend Brandon really likes Camp Lazlo. It was okay. Kind of never really got fully into it. All right, let's check in on the auction. Wrap it up, you two. Block roaches and lizard beans, and Loki jumping in here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R-Ring. Looks pretty close. Lizard beans with a winning bid of 38. Yeah, I guarantee the wins here are beating the crap out of the standard sale prices at most places. All right, here we go. Here's a fun roach. 20, Eublabrus Marajora, the Majora's Mask cockroach, was a holy grail up until like last year. Not this last summer. Geez, guys. Another summer has already come and gone. I'm losing my freaking mind here. I can't believe that, like, Summer just got whisked away, and it's winter. It's fall. It's going to be winter now. It's just everything's been going so fast the last year and a half ish, but about the last year. It's just been nuts. Basically, since Angel's dad passed, everything's been nuts. I cannot wait to be able to sit and relax and not be at this breakneck pace. It's quite a bit. It's getting to me. I might even be losing hair over this. It's not even just me maturing into a beautiful silver fox. It's the stress and strain of everything. Gets to you, eats away at you, gets at your loins. All right, here's an X. The Hidgiger's speaking up, and so is Lizard Beads. I'm not sure. Not sure how this is going to end here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Lizard. Oh, we got Control R. It's pretty close here. Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 74. Lizard Beans really getting in the situation here. Really coming out to play now that it's a little lighter. A little later at night. A little lighter. Thank you, brain. All right. 30. We've encountered a cockroach vein here. It's a veiny cockroach here. With these species all in order. We have 30 Gyna bisanulata, the patchwork cockroach. Group of 30 of them. All right, Courtney says it's LA. Courtney says, oops. Nobody here is over 50 or in the 50 approximate zone. Well, Bob may or may not be, but he's in the bit. I don't know if he's in the here. Are we all youngins, or am I looking at this the wrong way? Am I the old person here? Am I the old guy? Have I finally the mantle been passed? Nah, man, says Kevin. 39. Okay, what was the question? William Udesky. Where I'm asking about people who grew up and were living in the 90s, not us kids who were growing up and being children until 9/11. People who were older through the 90s, was there this overwhelming like corporate thumb on everything? Was it just kind of this incessant like corporatocracy pressure feeling as is depicted in Rocco's Modern Life? I'm only halfway to 50. Close. 45 on Wednesday. See, you're getting up there. So Mark, I would be looking to hear your experience through that time. You were no, you would process memories and whatnot more maturely than somebody like myself growing up then. You would have been old enough too. So I'm curious for that that perspective from anybody. All right, here's an X for the bisanulata. Tennyson jumping into action. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Tennyson. That's a picture of Sculpturata, I think. Winning bid of 20. Another steal tonight. Another steal among many this evening. All right, we'll slap these Cappuccino up there. 30 Gyna Cappuccino. Get the last of our Gyna ready as I read what's been posted here. Steven said I had to walk away. Any Parker Blatt Americana? Not yet, Steven, if at all. So young. Yeah, we got a mix of ranges here. Laura Taylor says, my kids were watching those shows, but I never watched them. I was making dinner and washing clothes. That's funny. Fox 13 was our thought process, unfortunately. Bob saying the 90s were all about the Silicon Valley companies and the internet boom. Okay. See, my dad works in tech. tech support at Ford, and so we had a computer, we had internet and all that stuff. I would think right before or right as everybody else was getting it, but like I don't know. I never felt all that imposing to me up until maybe about fourth, fifth grade is when it seemed like that stuff really started taking off. That would have been like 2003, 4 maybe. I just curious if you like once you hit that technological exponential curve, it feels like things just change so fast. Like when I was in high school, I remember some people, very few people, started having smartphones. I had a flip phone. People had flip phones. They had the weird slide out text things and whatnot. But like it wasn't until like late when I was in high school people started getting smartphones, and then by 2013 it was just that was like the standard for everything. So Mark says we were still young enough to ignore it if there was, I'm sure there was. Our parents did well to hide us from it. 2000-ish, I would say, after Y2K scare. Yeah, so that seems like Y2K, which I remember living through, but I don't remember it being a big deal. I don't remember my parents being like, oh, it's all going to die. My dad was like, everything will be fine. But 9/11 was the big thing. So thank you for the people posting the pictures. I'll put an X there for the guy in a cappuccino. Loki had my first iPad at like 11 or 12, then an iPhone at 15. I didn't get an iPhone until I was like 21. I'm kind of happy I didn't, but at the same time, like it's having access to all that information 24/7 just makes life so much. It helps you engage with life so much more. And I'm glad that I've tried to avoid the pitfalls of technology by like cutting out my social media as I sit here and participate in social media. But I don't view this as toxic. I feel this is a positive use of the technology. Fortunately, I think I avoided a lot of the direct negative effects of stuff that are pitfalls for people, like the short form content that is propagating so abundantly nowadays. I don't participate. And if I pull my phone out, it's usually to see if a friend has sent me memes, or if I need to identify a plant, or if I'm like, how is commercial citric acid produced? And I want to just know that I can just pull it all up, and that I feel enhances my life. So, all right, going once in the cappuccino. Boy, this is looking like it's going to be a steel group here. Going twice. Sold to Taranchi with a winning bid of 25. And boy, not even 6 years ago, this would not have even been a fathomable thing. Seeing a group of Gyna Cappuccino go anywhere for anything close to this price is just crazy. But hey, that's the world we're living in. So get stuff while you can. All right. Next up, we have a group of 3 L2 L3 larvae, Phalacrognathus muelleri red. Starting bid of $1. It's the red color form of Phalacrognathus muelleri, and also making me want to check out all my Pseudoscorpions to make sure they're all doing all right. Got to keep them at the front of my mind at all times. Let's read a couple things here. The longer this convo goes on, the older I feel, says Mark Gonzalez. Yeah, this is how it is. Laura Taylor says, I was pregnant with my youngest on 9/11. It was a crazy time. I remember 9/11 vividly. That day, being pulled out of school, coming home, playing a dinosaur shooting game, thinking I was going to go off to war or something like that. It was nuts. And the world is literally, the world has never been the same since then. And it also makes you wonder if there will be another, what it would be, what form it would take, what awful would be unleashed on the world in that situation, what cultural zeitgeist would change all that. I feel like we've kind of 9/11, smartphone tech / the propagation, the mainstreamization of memes. Still waiting for that next level of cultural zeitgeist. COVID didn't even, for being 2 years of whatever it was, didn't really stick around too long either. Lizzie Beans, I got an iPhone 16. I only got it because we went on vacation where we wanted to stay in touch if we got separated. My brother was like 10 years old and did the 4chan 50/50 challenge. I can't remember what that was. What is that? Alan says, it's crazy how much roach husbandry and availability has advanced over the years. It's funny because in some ways we went backwards because Gyna Cappuccina used to be not very available. And then it was, and then it wasn't, and so on and so forth, back and forth. But yeah, it is crazy to think what we've gained. We have lost very few things in comparison to what we've gained. I feel like isopods they just bring in a new thing from a new spot, call it a new species, and they just burn through everything. There's stuff that was coming in on import lists in 2019, 2020 I haven't seen since. All these Cubaris species, lava drop, blah, blah, blah. It's like, where did they go? What are they? Did they become something else? Somebody please give me some semblance of stability in all of this crap. So, I don't know what this commentary about moisture from Courtney is. Ali Lass says, I was in 4th grade when 9/11 happened. That's when I was in 4th grade when it happened too. William Edesky says, woke up to it and watching the aftermath all day at work. Yeah, that's like my parents. The constant news footage, just watching the smoldering and whatnot. So, and that's the world we live in. You know, they say as before I start waxing poetic at the end of this these bidding here. Well, we'll just wrap the bidding up and then I'll wax poetic over the next thing. Going once. Hear ye, hear ye. Going twice. Sold. To Tennyson with a winning bid of 40. All right, there we go. All right, we got 4 more stacks after this one to go. We'll put this crowd pleaser up really quick. We have a group of 50 Thuria olagrangiani. My Thuria colonies, all 3 of them have never been happier, and I eagerly await for the addition of another Thuria species to Western culture. Really excited. Hopefully it happens, and then we will never lose it. Jose says, I hadn't gained full consciousness yet as a 3-year-old. That's funny. Yeah, it's interesting. These things that just sort of shape an era, and then we all sort of live in the culture that falls out from it and go on with our lives and see how everything trickles down from each other. I do. Being in the 90s, they say this, and maybe this is just looking to be more special, but they say like the millennials, we experienced and grew up in the greatest change of technology of anybody, even to a degree, even more so than the Industrial Revolution, because of just how fast and crazily technology mutated around us into something. Again, growing up in the early 90s, nobody really had a personal computer unless you were in computing and that sort of stuff. By the late 90s, now you got people with home computers, and there's video games for kids on computers. You get into the mid-2000s, everybody's got a computer, everybody's online, social media is starting to become a thing. And then by 2015, it's like you have to have a smartphone on your person at all times if you don't want to be homeless. And it's nuts. And just I can't imagine, how would Roach Crossing operate? Roach Crossing wouldn't exist without the internet. I couldn't sell, I couldn't do any of this stuff. I would never have found out about roaches or gotten all these species through networking. I can talk to somebody in another country like this. I can find out how to go to a rock in Arizona in the middle of nowhere instead of having to follow a bunch of maps and get lost and get turned around. Like, do I go to the right one? Am I in the right place? No, there's a GPS point that I can be routed to from anywhere in the world to a store, to a house, to an address. It's just insane how this is. So Zoomers and Gen Alpha are having a bad time. That's funny. Yeah, Zoomers are definitely having a difficult time, and then both of them are having a bad time. You know, we killed God. We hopped you up on all kinds of corn syrup, microplastics, social media. It told you to basically fend for yourselves, make all these decisions by yourselves, and then make it in the world somehow when everything can be automated and you need a college degree to clean toilets and all this other stuff. How often do the auctions happen? Says Mark Gonzalez. It depends. I've been having a lot of them lately because I need funds for all the stuff we're doing at the new place. Minimum 3 times a year. Good way to say. But Trump, sorry, just say. I mean, there's that. It's disregard the election stuff that just happened. Look at the nub of what's going on. There is a dramatic polarization that has not been seen within the last 80 years of American politics. Maybe back during the Red Scare type stuff there was. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is people are becoming very divisive on a number of things. And what does that mean? What does that mean for everything that's going on? Laura Taylor says, for the love of being a single mom in those days, the money of the cool thing went from I can do this to 4 jobs to buy one Christmas present. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of there right now, too. Here's an X for the Ola Grangiani. This has become the Western civilization and its consequences have been disastrous for mankind conversation here. The bottom line is, no matter the administration and no matter a number of other things, you should operate under the assumption that things will only get worse. But you should let that motivate you to fight the decay. You should let that be your motivation to continue fighting, because those things are there because they were fought for in the first place. So you can't succumb to the doom and gloom, otherwise it'll just keep getting worse. It's a ravenous beast that consumes all, and the only thing that you can do is turn and face it if you want any hope of stopping it, is how it is. So, all right. Theria Oligrangiani going once. Going twice. Sold. To Unenlagia with a winning bid of 37. I liked somebody named Ed Boy bid, and I like that a lot. Ed Boys, Victor, we have poachers. Oh, good stuff. I did like Ed and Eddie. Rolf is a vibe. Oh boy, get ready for blood, everybody. We have a group of 6 Porcelio Expansis Naranja project. Pure orange stock out of Allen's OG from Orange line, selectively breeding for most intense orange unfinished project. Starting bid of $1. The Naranja project, which I've talked about on the stream a couple of times. All right, and Dr. Humroyd is immediately at the mix. So yeah, this is maybe Alan has a picture. Alan again has some of the best stock of everything, and so he sent me 2 good quality oranges from his orange line, and I bred those together, and now we got babies, and now they're on to the next round of selection. I'll just keep selecting because I want the nice thoroughly rich, saturated orange, gigantic adult size expanses that I first saw come in around 2018, which were incredible animals. And these guys are en route to being just like that. I think 1 or 2 more generations, they'll be right there, and I can die happy. All right, nobody's Dr. Hemorrhoid Furry Artist confirms, says Loki. That's funny. We'll just put an X there. Thank you, Alan. From the ones in Alan's picture, we are a shade oranger now than that in the adults. Unfortunately, the female just died from the founding stock. The male's still alive, and freaking Europods are like 3/4 of an inch long. I have never seen longer Europods on an isopod before in my life. 3/4 of an inch long on this male. So now we got the progeny growing up. We'll see what happens there. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Dr. Hemorrhoid, winning bid, $100. Easy win for Dr. Hemorrhoid there. Nobody even put up a fight. Come on, guys. Nobody could do 101. Nobody, not even one little baby boobop out there. All right. Next up, we got a group of 40 Rhinotus purpureus. Starting bid $1. Little cone-faced guys. It's a fungal, or not necessarily fungal, but a juices feeding millipede. Very strange. Willie saying late. Any cage roaches coming up? Cockroaches? Just roaches? Cave roaches. We did cave roaches already, unfortunately. There might be some more though. We're down to the last 20-ish items coming up here. Loki says, I'm part of the older Zoomers, and most of my friends are starting polycules to afford housing. So listen, I've had 2 drinks. I'm gonna start putting out controversial opinions. Now, I don't like the idea of a polycule. I don't agree with that as a form of relationship, intimate relationship. Big asterisk but I understand that as an evolutionary social reaction to the shrinking resource of things like housing and food and general capital. I understand it. Like, I get it. Like, it's this weird biological phenomena that's happening in humans. All this stuff, like you look at dogs, and you say like, oh, these are all the differences in the breeds, and the Australian Shepherd herds, and the Bloodhound sniffs, and the Lab does the service work, and the Gomper protects the livestock. Blah blah. You see all this variation in just dogs. Think about all the variation there is in humans and the way that they're going to react to these environmental factors, i.e. economic factors, under those pressures. And that's one of them. And it's fascinating. Like, yeah, to afford housing. You got 5 people. You have similar religious, political, whatever beliefs. You can tolerate each other. Maybe you're lonely, whatever. And you could live together and not be like hemorrhaging money. I understand it. It's just this whole like self-feeding process with this stuff. It's just fascinating from a biological perspective to try to look at it objectively as you would look at something like animal behavior. Because I mean, we are animals, so look at it like an animal behavior and try and understand it within that lens. So Behavior says, do you drink sideways because of your proximity to the computer screen due to sponsorship? I always wonder this. This is just how I drink stuff. I have always, any drink will just be, that is how I drink. I don't know why. It's always felt like that. Oh, we got some people here. What's the care like again? Fluids. Here's an X for the Rhinotus. You can basically toss the Rhinotus in with other millipedes, and they will just propagate and not cause any problems. Their mouth parts are pointy for drinking fluids off of like mushrooms and stuff, but they also seem to do it off of like poop from other things. Like the classic combo is you put them in with the bumblebee millipede and they drink the poop juices. Courtney says, I recommend it. Thruples and quapples are in. Again, I think it's a sign of something else going on economically, societally, etc. I will say it. I don't like the idea. I don't think it's for everyone. I think that there are other standards that we can hold to, but that does not mean I cannot understand it and see this is a freaking good idea. Like having a bunch of housemates, and as long as everybody's pulling their weight, I mean, it's like how much of this is like humanity going from one mode of something, and then you got all this pressure of environmental pressure, and then it goes back to something older, and then you have to wonder, like, were we progressing? Are we regressing now? Like, you gotta really, there's just all this. It is fascinating to study it as a behavior. I just think it's very interesting. So, Panther and Nico says, I'm sad to say, but our pet Japanese beetle passed away last week. What species was that? Zen Monkey says, platonic cohabitation has been a human thing for centuries, millennia, extended family groups, though. Yeah, it's weird. Again, this is really more of a topic for a Roach Crossing After Dark. Maybe I should save it for that. I'll save it for that. Get me to 1K subs, guys. We got to do that Roach Crossing After Dark with the karaoke, the Isopod Smasher Pass, and now we got to talk about societal issues. Woo! And what a perfect time to do that. In the wake of the election. All right. Going once on the Rhinotus. Going twice. Sold. To, let's see, might be Circa, might be Arbs. Sold to Arbs with a winning bid of 22. Arbs' second win tonight? All right. Okay, here's another good one. Please let there be blood. 30. Perispherus punctatus Macau. Also, I have to get my wiggle scratch in because we don't have the wiggle currently. But I was, by a very generous benefactor, sent a colony of, drum roll please. I don't want to drum too hard for fear of dislodging the cable. Perispherus pygmaeus, which I have not had since I moved out of my parents' house back in late 2016. No, I did have them again one more time in like 2020, but the colony crapped out. There was no colony. They never cultured. Anyways, so I have a group now from a good colony, and we will see if I can get them going again, as I did in days long past, because I missed them. Although the punctatus scratched that itch, I'm happy to have pygmaeus again. So, Loki's saying polyamory isn't abnormal in plenty of other cultures. It's not for me, but if my friends or family are into that, then all the power to them. Laura Taylor asked me, what about with bromeliad / dart frogs? Question, what was that about bromeliads and dart frogs? That monkey says, the Muslims have it right, small, manageable arrows. Courtney says, I have a dog and bugs. I can barely manage that. The idea of having to be around a person also is too much. Yeah, again, everybody, different strokes for different folks. But again, it's just look at this phenomena, like the swinging of different societal economic pressures and the effects on human behavior, and ultimately go beyond the behavior, the effects on human evolution. Again, we have all these people from all over the world. You're able to talk to each other. You can have kids together. You can do all this stuff. You can move basically wherever you want for a lot of people, especially in the West. But evolution doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, and it doesn't matter if you've got all these different populations mixing. It just means there's going to be a different suite of things that get selected for, and how that manifests over time is going to be fascinating. You know, the top one that all these sci-fi artists or sci-fi visionaries like to go for is in the future there'll be like the frail, small, hyper intelligent human species, and then there'll be like the big, dumb, brutish human species or whatever, which is interesting. But look at this mating strategy stuff. You could end up with different groups of humans that are more pre-adapted for monogamous lifestyle or for more polygamous lifestyle. It could go down to the genetic level at some point and begin to cause another layer, could begin to cause speciation in humans. It's just fascinating to think about. It kind of makes you want to like wind the clock forward a million years to see what happens, assuming we don't nuke ourselves into oblivion type situation. But I don't know. Here's an X for the punctatus. Guys got me waxing on stuff tonight. Again, this is basically Roach Crossing After Dark material here. Courtney and Laura sympathizing over not wanting to get too close, although I do recommend maybe watching Evangelion. There's a lot of messages in there about not wanting to get close to other humans. We are a social species, and there is also the aspect of the idea of fixation in a population of anything. With the animals, I would imagine it would take a lot of cats in a very long time to get a felid species, especially, let's just go with the domestic cat, to get a domestic cat population to evolve into an herbivore. There are so many traits interconnected that are fixed for being hypercarnivorous that getting them to be fully herbivorous may be too much in too little time, and that it's more likely they would go extinct than be forced to adapt to become herbivorous. With humans, we are primates, and it goes back millions of years. We're mammals, so tight social connections also go back millions of years. There's probably some very fixated things in people for seeking out the company of other human beings. That being said, there are people who do like to be alone more often than not, but it's a complex thing. There are also a lot of humans on the planet. The more numbers you have, the more likely there's going to be something that's going to be different from, you have a group of 5 people, and there's going to be a lot of things they have in common. You expand that to 500 people, there's sure to be a couple people who don't have characteristics or preferences like the group of 5 that will not be found in that smaller subsection. I lock no asking the real questions. Any ants available? No ants. No ants. All right. Sorry, everybody who's actually bidding. I got to focus. Going once. Going twice. Just good conversation, Sold to Double Z, a steal at 43 for Double Z. Really a steal, holy. But this culture's been doing well, so I can be generous with them. All right, we have the classic, a Roach Crossing auction classic at this point. I don't know how we all screwed up with these years ago, but they're back and hopefully here to stay now. We got a whiteout-ish form that's being worked on. We got 15 Porcelio Sacinctus. Love these guys, especially now that they're doing well for me. Love them. Zen Monkey says, don't know, herbivores from carnivores seems more common than the reverse, but omnivore definitely is a stepping stone. I would recommend reading into the biology of herbivores and reading into the Antarctic expedition carnivorous horses. It is, in times of starvation, herbivores adapt to a meat diet much more easily and readily and without issues than carnivores adapt to a plant-based diet. And again, the mission they took to Antarctica, they had draft horses that they fed meat the whole expedition, and the horses showed very few to no ill effects. So, Laura Taylor saying, I socialize by my own group and stupid world is too much. Yeah, I mean, once you go out into the general world, it's less likely people are going to share, any individual is going to share your interests, especially if they're niche. And there's only so much you can feel you relate to another person you just bump into at a store or something like that, you know? You crave this sort of deeper connection. You got to go find your people, your tribe, as they say. Loki asked about my suck setup. It's a 5-gallon tank. In the winter, I have half of the top covered with the polycarb. In the summer, it's full open top. Soil, bunch of bark piled up. I think it was ash or elm bark piled up. And then just feed them fish flakes. And at the back corner, I just toss some more organic material every time I work on them. And they're doing great. I keep them with my lemon blues. I have those two species doing great together. Hyperbeam says my Sakinctus had babies and I obviously lost my marbles. Loki saying herbivores will eat meat even without starvation. So herbivores taste good, says Panthera Nico. Commenting, popping in to leave that comment. Meat is way easier to digest than most plant material. Any other phasmids? Proscopids? Oh, we got phasmids coming up, that's for sure. I don't know how I haven't reached them yet. Did you mean isopods instead of proscopids? R.R. Lohmeyer says, oh, well, I got to call it and I had fun, and good luck to all the rest of you. May all your invertebrate dreams come true. Thank you for joining us. It was nice. Loki, I had just commented on the suck setup. It's very basic for isopods. They do seem to like a little bit more. Here's an X for the Sakinctus. Do seem to like a little more humidity than like Expansus and Hoffman's Eggii will take. No horsehead grass. I don't have any horsehead grasshoppers. I've never had those. Kind of want to try them. I have lubbers, but I don't have any of those up for auction at the time. I have just standard sale. I'm down to just my keepers and my sale groups. I've never worked with horsehead grasshoppers. All right, going once on the Sakinctus. Going twice. Sold. That was a lot at the last second. Everybody was holding those in, huh? Tennyson with a winning bid of 50. Crazy how that worked out. Absolute bonkers. This might be a stick bug stack. Oh, we got a real good thing here. Something I haven't put up for auction. Oh, we have 15 Eucharidia Linglong. Starting bid of $1. One of the sapphire roaches. The pretty little girl sapphire flower roach. Just use the Latin, guys. Eucharidia Linglong. What about any harvestmen? No harvestmen this time. I exported quite a few of them to Canada a couple of weeks ago. I need to let my groups recover from that. It's very traumatic on the colony. Whew. Guys, we may wrap up an auction at a reasonable time. That is crazy. And I'll say this now again. Start get your lists into me as soon as you can, when you can. And that way I can get everybody squared up and ship out. Remember, include your address so I can ship out tomorrow. Really, really, really trying to ship out tomorrow, etc. That's what it means. I was literally told. Kai told me what Linglong means in Chinese, and he said it best transliterates to pretty little girl. I would assume little used in the term of endearment context and not like, oh, that's a pretty 3-year-old you've got. That's a pretty 2-year-old you've got there. And YouTube demonetized me before I even got monetized. My Linglong are at my work hibernating. I don't even cool the colony. They're doing the best out of all my Eucharidia. Too many Lingling to keep going. You are my Linglong, Kyle. Kai might be messing with it. He was being very serious. He was being very serious in that moment because I had asked him, what are the characters? I don't know because it's a Latinization of Mandarin, I think. So it's not like you can get the exact characters. I'll ask Kai, though. So we'll see. But that is what he told me, and he was not joshing. I can tell you that much. All right, here's an X for the Eucharidia linglong. Did you already explain diapause? I have never cooled this colony. It's been in this room for the last 2.5 years. Almost 3 years. Yeah, like 2.5-ish, 3 years. No cooling, just there's very minor temperature fluctuation where it gets warmer in the winter and drier in the winter, and then it gets more moist during the summertime. And they've basically infested the bin. It's the only Eucharidia that I have that's done that well. So I don't even diapause them. All right. I want to see some more bidding here. I got to find a picture of these. Probably a TJ picture somewhere. Eucharidia linglong. Come on, TJ. You got to have one. Martin's links are broken. This ain't looking so hot for yours truly. TJ didn't even put any pictures of them up. Come on, TJ. All right, I guess dead in the water. Somebody's going to get a good group of linglong then. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Behijager with a winning bid of 80. Beating out Chris Sniper and Thylacine and Dr. Hemorrhoid. Just plowing in, not a single care in the world with that. The Behijager really taking ownership of yonder situation. All right, here's one that was requested earlier, just so happened to be in the queue of stuff. We have 10 Narcissus Americanus, Wetumpka, Alabama. Thank you, Fushiguro, for the late picture. Better late than never. Starting bid $1. I know there was somebody who was requesting these earlier, and now here they are. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. Okay. Bruh, says Courtney. That reminds me, any luck with Yasumatsui? Yes, I have a culture going, but it's none of my other Eucharidia are anywhere near the linglong in terms of production. And the linglong, I started with a bunch of those, maybe like 100 or something. I have to ask TJ how many I originally got. And they just, that momentum just kept carrying. And now the container's infested, and I wish I could get like 1 billion of all the others and just throw them in a bin and let God sort them out. YouTube has been acting up tonight. Couldn't be the language earlier, maybe. Maybe I'm being eyeballed by somebody. Man, I kind of want another seltzer, but we don't have that many things left to go. All right, everybody, here for the Narcissus Americanus Wetumpka. Very beautiful. Thank you, Crime Bear, for showing this wonderful representative image of the Wetumpka. Certainly one of the most unique Americanus localities. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 51. Circa, your first win tonight. Congratulations, beating out even JoJo and Mr. Chris Sniper. Incredible. Hilarious. All right, we do have... Okay, here's something I haven't offered before for sure. This is 20 plus CF Doralea species, Philippines. Starting bid of $1. I've really come to like these guys. TJ said that they're pretty easy. Sent me a little group of them. Got them going. I got a nice culture going now. They seem to like a lot of rotten wood in their diet. Seems to be part of keeping them nice and happy. And other than that, just dog food and standard roach fare. See if I can find a picture. Doralea, Philippines. Just basically look like invertebrate dude. Just basically look like TJ calling them Philippines plum roach. I just like them. They're just nice and dusky looking. This is a picture from TJ. Just easy. A new roach. You'll never complain about new roaches. There's your pick. Again, they just basically look like a Dorlia Oridae if you just made it black. So that's about it. I like them. I like them. I like a container of them right there, doing well. I like getting a new species and not having to scratch my head and rack my brains over how to take care of it and get it to propagate for more than one generation. It's nice to just have something straightforward. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper. Chris's first winning bid, $27 to Chris Sniper. First win of today. Thank you, Chris. Chris S, as I will write it on here. All right, now we have 20. He's warming up. That's funny. 20 ova Venisomorpha buprestoides. Starting bid of Ocala, Florida. Starting bid $1. Skeleton stickbug, common name. It's privet, oak, salal, basil. What else am I forgetting? Honeysuckle. Again, your typical, what's that family? It's not an isomorphony. It's they shipped my Zevia. I got ginger ale. The ginger ale Zevia soda, guys, it actually has ginger extract in it. I was surprised to see that. Satchel saying, ugh, I need these. Satchel, you're not allowed to bid. You got medical bills, buddy. Courtney says it looks like a plum. Yeah, that's nice. It is very plummy. Says, I want to get rid of my boring brown ones and replace them with the whites. I want the boring brown ones I had from Key West. To go all the way back down to Key West to get those things again. I want those again. And then what other ones are? I want Ferruginea. No, I have some Ferruginea eggs, theoretically. The friend caught a pair outside his apartment, and then they died a couple days later, and then he sent me all the substrate in the bottom. So Schrodinger's Ferruginea at the moment in one of my bins, but I'm going to assume that there's eggs in there. So I like those. I like Ferruginea. Any mantids? No mantids up for auction, but I will be getting I will have some more mantids in stock very soon. So if you're interested in that, please email me, as a lot of cool species will be in stock shortly. Sprayers, says Stylus Seed. Yeah, that's a good picture right there. Had these going for a while. I like them. Easy, privet, basil. Again, all the host plants that I listed off. A nice U.S. native stick bug. All the remaining stick bugs I will have available at this auction are all U.S. natives also. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Fushiguro, winning bid of 11. Fushiguro. Yeah. I don't know, just a nice little ditty for all of you out there. All right. We have 15 items left, 16 items left. We're going to do this one. We have a group of 15 Fortioica species. Ecuador, starting bid of $1. I believe TJ recently received the extra, more specific locality information for these. There's only one Fortioica in culture in the United States, to my knowledge. So I don't think it could be confused with another. I will not have any Mantoida Maya at Lochnoy. I wish I did. Satchel says, I had a mated female last year that laid over, but they never hatched for some reason. Yeah, I've had Ferruginea hatch without any problems, but it's possible some populations do have or need a diapause. What's the humidity in here? It's still 67. I'm trying to get it down for the winter, for the nuclear winter. Somebody's going to see these and okay, there we go. Now people are getting worked up. Do I have any Fortioica pictures? TJ might. Fortioica species Ecuador. Yeah, he's got some pictures. Swipe. More pictures of Fortioica. Very interesting roaches. Again, I believe TJ has since Dr. Hemorrhoid laying down the law. TJ has since received, I believe, 2 more genre of these flat Zetoborani roaches. So I'm excited to see if he can get them going and send them to me. And maybe one day I can make up for my sins of losing the last links of Bladderudis in culture by getting them in culture again. We will see. All right. The hemorrhoids have spoken. Gotta start wrapping this up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. Oh, Beetle Pixel trying to sneak into the last moment. Let's see what's going on with that. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid. Kaiju battle here, and Dr. Hemorrhoid came out on top. Fascinating. Also, everybody, now you're aware Beetle Pixel is lurking. All right. Beware, there's another big fish in the small pond, everybody. Fear for your lives. I was referring to a white form book. Oh, it's a Satchel. Okay, I see. Yeah, we're having some weird chat disconnections, unfortunately. This is, again, why we keep things Discord, as it helps prevent this from becoming an issue. All right, 50. Theria regularis, the orange domino roach. Again, all my Theria colonies are doing better than they ever had in their entire history, and I could not be happier to make these readily available to all of you lovely roach folks out there. I like Hyperbeam laughing at the Kaiju Battle comment. Also, a reminder to like the stream if you could, everybody. Likey's help that algorithm. Maybe we'll get a couple of late night bitters dragged into here from that. Man, I can't believe we're down to the last things and it's not like 2 a.m. Let's keep this pace up. Why rest on laurels? We can get this going. We can get some movement here. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Hemorrhoid with a winning bid of 50. Watch out. The giants are waking up, everybody. They're coming for you. All right, here's a nifty little guy. We have 10 Porcelio, Af, Hoff, Menzegii, Almeria Mountains, starting bid of $1. It's very unlikely these are actually Hoffmannsegii. They key out to it morphologically, but they are reproductively separated from hobby Hoffmannsegii as are species or as are Sevillas. So they're likely undescribed. They are undescribed species because they key out to Hoffmannsegii, but they don't reproduce with Hoffmannsegii. So AF is the term I was told to use by Nate, who was working on the taxonomy for these things. So AF Hoffmannsegii, Almeria Mountains. I like these. They seem to carry their uropods in their bodies higher than the standard Hoffmannsegii do, but they don't get quite as large. They still get huge, believe me, but they don't get quite as large. Does anybody even have these posted anymore? Also sold as species white antennae. I don't know if anybody's doesn't seem like many people have these in the US right now. I'm seeing like 2 for sale things. Not really any like pictures of them either. I mean, they're just a more gracile and kind of weirder looking Hoffmannsegii, basically. Here's an X for these suave fellows. Any comments? Tennyson, you got any? Tennyson, if you're still here? I saw a post claiming someone got F1 from hybrid between these and Hoffs. I put males of these in with female Hoffs and didn't get anything after several months. And also did the same with male Hoffs and Sevillas. I think it's actually Seville. And after 6 months or something like that, no babies. Females would get full marsupia, and then the next time I checked, nothing. No babies. They'd just dump the eggs, apparently, or eat the eggs, or however they would void that stuff. Care is dry, humid corner. Dry enclosure with humid air is ideal, but if you've got a dry room, then you might want to restrict the ventilation just a touch. All right, going once. Did I put the X? I put the X. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 control 5ing. Looked like we had at least one commanding bid there. Sold to Circa with a winning bid of 41. All right. 20 Porcelio, Haasai, high yellow. I lost my lights. I lost my Porcelio Haasai light, guys. I'm distraught. I can't believe it that I've fallen so far. I did actually like those guys. So somebody's got those. I want them. If somebody won them in an auction, and they were at a couple of the last couple auctions, I do need the Porcelio Haasai light. Again, my stock preferred over all other stock. If you got it, let me know. Mahijaj, are you cohabitating any roaches and millipedes? Will burrowing roaches hurt millipedes? That is one combo I don't like to do, especially roaches that dig through the substrate. I would be more comfortable with climbing roaches like a Eurycotis or a Doralea or not Paraplaneta. I think they changed the substrate pH too much for a lot of millipedes. But I don't do that. I do a lot of millipedes and isopods. I do a lot of roaches and isopods. I do a lot of just random things with each other, cohabbing. But burrowing roaches and millipedes is not the best formula, I would say. All right, here's an X for the Haasai High Yellow. We're gonna get going through here. There's a hot ticket item I might save for last, even if it's somewhere randomized in the stack. I might just save it for last because. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Circa, another winning bid of 23. Circa on a bit of a roll. What I might do in the future is, I think I brought this up before, I might start giving some sort of a bonus or something for people who win multiple bids in a row. I'm thinking about it. All right, 10 Bino Itolis species cow sock, starting bid of $1. Fluoresces under black light. Always have to mention that. Always must remind the people of the coolness of the Bino Itolis. My Bino Itolis itches, so I should probably see a doctor about that, maybe. Bino Itolis. Bino Itolis. Here's somebody with a fluorescing picture. Thank you, Crime Bear. Did it copy? There's a Facebook picture. Seems like within the last couple of months, a lot of people caught on to the fact that these fluoresce is what it's really looking like. Wait a minute. I'm a dummy. I got my short where I have them fluorescing. Oh, well, too late. Here's an X. Wrap it up. Work it out. Work it out. I just saw Bino. I told us babies from an auction I won last year. Congrats, Bajager. That's exciting. It's a pretty easy species. Just not too picky about conditions in terms of like the quality of the wood and the leaf litter. Just kind of like an even moisture, not soaking wet, not bone dry. They will tolerate pretty dry though. I can say that. But altogether, pretty good little guys. Like them. Probably would be good for cohabitating with larger millipedes too. Here's an X, and everybody just going freaking nuts after Alan posts the picture, of course. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Dr. Hemorrhoid with a winning bid of 50. Dr. Hemorrhoid really emerging as a powerhouse in this late game here. Got to watch out for that. Licking your millipedes help build stronger bonds. It might be unilateral bonds, though. All right, we have a grain pest. We have ... 100. Ulamoides dermastoides. Ulamoides dermastoides. Starting bid $1. This is the peanut beetle. Put them on shelled raw peanuts, and they will just go ape. As the kids sometimes have said, they will go ape. Peanut beetles. You can use them for cleanup for some things too, but they definitely seem to like the pure raw peanut power more. Maybe you could use them as people do use the larvae as food for lizards and birds and stuff like that, but you have a good extraction process. Come on, body, don't die on me now. All right, going once for the pennant beetles. In memory of Pennant the squirrel. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper. Hatted Tenacity says the last ones they got are eating them out of house and home. Yeah, they can do that. It happens. So it has been said. All right, another grain pest. We have ... 100. Cytophilus Erysiphilus Bryceville, Tennessee, starting bid of $1. This is another grainy boy, the rice weevil. Let's see, Chris Snyder's winning bid of 19. Tasty. Tasty grain pests, everybody. You wanted it. I am the Roach grain pest chef, after all. Anyone can bid. Jimmy Carter would so hate the Ulamoides, says Edison Sigurdi. Yeah. Jimmy Carter. Zemaki, it is a reaction to the car. Break out the grain pests. Get a little low on the grain pests here, actually, now that I look at it. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait for the blood for what I'm going to save as our last item. I'm looking forward to that. I like to get you guys worked up. I like to be a little bit of a tease. I've been known to be. I believe the species name is wrong, Alan says. Sorry. I've been drinking, everybody. Zia Mays. Corrected. I am mildly intoxicated. Was Racy changed to correct species name. What would we do without you, Alan? We're gonna restart. We're gonna restart the bid. we're just for clearance's sake, just in case somebody thought they were getting a new cytophiles. The last thing I'd want to do is have somebody think they're getting a new grain pest species when they're getting just the same old grain pest they already had. I've just been having seltzers, man. I thought it was a typo for Arizy. No, it's ZMAs. It's ZMAs. All right, here's an X. Forgive me. Forgive me, everybody. I have sinned. I mislabeled something, but Alan caught me. Thank you. It's funny because the right name is on the container. It's ZMAs. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Kalamacow 12. Cow. I'm just going to put you down as cow. Kalamacow 12. Winning bid of $15. Kalamacow. So hard to type sometimes. See ya, Maze. Maze. All right. We're in the home stretch here, everybody. We've got 10 Trigoniulus Macropygus starting bid $1. Flame legs, the new line of flame legs. I don't think we figured out a name for that strain in the U.S. yet. Maybe Alan has some nice pictures of his Macropygus. Perhaps, I don't know. And this is the new strain. It's not that really cool old strain that had the right bright red body, etc. And they're still cool. They're still flame legs. They're still really nice, but they're just not that old strain. Don't know what happened to those. Oh, I do. Everybody lost them. Here's an X for the Macropygus. Get at the flame legs while you can, everybody. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R-ing. Yeah, now you guys getting all worked up. Looks like Bug Wizard with a winning bid of 52. Bug Wizard out of nowhere. Who are you, Bug Wizard? I have never seen you around these parts, Bug Wizard. Bug Wizard. The Wizard. Incredible. Where did you come from? Where did you grow? Where did you come from, Bug Wizard? Oh. All right, 15. Porcelio Hoffman's Eggy standard hobby stock. Starting bid of $1. I don't think we ever decided on or I never heard a name for what we're calling this other Hoffman's Eggy. This is the Hoffman's Eggy proper that gets gigantic, etc. The humongous isopod, as they have been humorously referred to a handful of times by myself. Kalamacow asking about arachnids. No arachnids tonight, unfortunately. Not in this auction. It was demanded grain pests. It is demanded of me that my wallet needs to hurt less again. Because it's been hurting. I know it's sad. I'm working on it. Probably next auction I'll have more of the Puerto Rican schizomids up for grabs. Logan says, I have not won a single thing. Is this what CBT feels like? What is CBT? What does that stand for? Cognitive behavioral therapy? You think you're going through cognitive behavioral therapy? Is that the deal? I don't know. I don't understand. Explain the meaning to me. I'm an old man. Here's an X for the Hoffman's Eggy. Going once. Okay, I was just making sure somebody did before. Going twice. Sold. To Terrariums by Laura. Winning bid of $50. Incredible, ahead of the pack. think I just put you in here as Laura. Okay. Not to be confused with many of the other Lauras, but easy enough. Glad I got my hands on those little weevils. I'm glad you did too. All right. 10 Cubaris species. Blonde ducky, $1. Pure stock. OG 2018 import. Blonde duckies, everybody. Another thing that came in once and seemingly never again, and then everybody screwed everything up. So get them. I'd say get them while you can, but they're doing very well for me, and I have no intention of getting rid of them ever. So get them at a reasonable price while you can. Everybody has grain, plenty of space for grain pests. It's called your cupboard, silly. It's the perfect conditions for them. Speaking of which, put a cup of Rhizoperthus somewhere. I don't know where it went to. I'm starting a colony. The other one got some grain mites in it, so I want to start a colony away from the grain mite problem. It's in this room somewhere. I just don't know where I ended up putting it. Beautiful picture by Double Z's of the pure blonde duckies. This is not a mutant of rubber ducky. This was imported as a separate species in 2018. Gets much larger than species rubber ducky does. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of $250, which it is a big jump, but it's no. All right, let me do an at Terrariums by Laura. I will let you rescind your bid if you allow Chris to claim them. Chris Sniper. I assume Terrariums by Laura will claim them. I will not claim them. We'll allow Chris to claim them. They are Chris's. All right. Chris Sniper winner. I almost put wiener there. Maybe both at times. I don't know. All right. We're in the last 6 items, everybody. We have a killer coming up soon. We have a killer in the near future. All right. Now we have a 1 pair Chicobolus spinigerus, Miami, Florida. Starting bid of $1. Alan, I might need you to post if you're there, I might need you to post a picture of this stock. I might need you to do that. If you got it, of your famous Miamis, your Miamis. See if somebody. They're very similar to the Big Pine Keys. Maybe a bit lighter in color. More of a light on the dark gray sections. Very similar, but also distinct. If you see a group of adults of both next to each other, you can tell them apart pretty easily. Again, I am once more asking, let's see, for Alan's help. He's probably frantically going through his phone right now. Bumblebee millipedes from Miami, Florida. Yeah, I don't think any of Alan's pictures have gotten pinged by Google. I've also noticed that Google's getting crappier at finding images. I don't know how that's possible, but it's getting crappier at finding things. Thank you, Alan. And what a beautiful way to show off the potential large size of this locality. Wonderful. Thank you, Alan. Couldn't do it without you. There you have it, everybody. All right, here's the X for the Miamis. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning. Thank you, Taranchi, thank you for the exactly what I was referencing, the exact meme. Thank you, Chris Snyder, with a winning bid of $33. Thank you, Taranchi, for the meme. I kind of want to pin that actually. I do like that Bernie meme right there. We're just gonna pin that. I can hear it in his accent too. I kind of want him out of my head. No offense. It's the AI garbage. Thank you. I'll hit on the YouTube stuff in a moment. Let's put up again. This is another thing somebody sent me a couple months ago. Just sort of sent them to me. I was like, send me something new, and they send me whatever was recently off the boat or the plane or out of the brown box, whatever. 20 Cubaris species, happy nun. It's a Cubaris from Southeast Asia is what it is. That's why I can tell you about them. And they've been easy, so I guess I can't complain too much. Not as easy as your mom, though. So there's that. Satchel saying he just got babies from Necrobia. The God I Love Grain Pest. I need that third U.S. introduced species. I have Violacea doing well. Rufipes doing well. Then there's that third one that's black and red, and I really need that. It seems to be a lot harder to come by. Laura Taylor says, don't fix dinner and bid. Loki commenting on why Google's gotten worse. It's the AI garbage. Yes, the whatever the old algorithms are seem to be getting pushed out by new stuff. And Chicagolis is probably a complex, right? I've had customers that have mixed localities of Florida ivories and gotten babies, no problem. That includes buying like immature pairs and mixing them and getting offspring. So I think the ones from the Keys used to be a separate species, Pillsbury, then they lumped them with Spinigerus, and I kind of agree with that. I think that's what the data presents. That's not to say that it's not a very wide-ranging and very variable species, but are they happy though, Kyle? Says Loki. I don't know. They're as happy as they can be, I would think. Loki says this auction was set up as my own personal hell. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, Loki, just not chipping in, not getting high enough bids for some reason. You've been trying. My friend and I were just making fun of the Happy Nun name. Again, I don't know what guy comes up with this. I don't want to meet him for fear of what I'll do to him. So, do you have purple ivories? That's probably that's like Lee County stuff. I do have those. People call like these Keys and Keys adjacent ones purples because the immatures are purple, but they end up maturing to darker. So, all right, here's wrap up your bids on the Happy Nuns, guys. Don't get too excited. Going once, going twice, sold. To Loki finally getting a freaking win with a winning bid of 40. Finally, for the Happy Nuns. Loki, do you think getting the Happy Nuns will make you happy? I don't know if it will. You'll find out, though. We need Cubaris species poo-poo pee-pees, says Glock Roaches. I second that notion. All right. I already looked these up and typed them in poorly once before. Okay, here we go. It's just land name no longer is some guys. So 15 over Haplopus scabricolus, starting bid of $1. I like these. Feeding on Rose. Probably Bramble too. I haven't tried it with them. If I could get these things on Red Cedar, I think they'd probably replace Megaphasma for like favorite pet project. Like Kyle has a weird obsession with this stick bug because they're just so easy. 41 in chat, 27 likes. Please like, says Bahijager. Yes, please like. Lizard Bean says, I'll get a brown and yellow one and call it that, the poo-poo peepees. Yeah, a hypo of like Rubber Bee or something would be a good candidate for that ridiculous nomenclature. Yeah, these Scabricolus, I really like them. The adults are way longer lived and less fragile than Megaphasma. I mean, Megaphasma aren't fragile in the sense that if you put them in a ventilated cube and you keep them really dry, they're really easy and keep the Red Cedar in there, etc., and spray every day, blah, blah. But these, like, they've been through high and low humidity and they've been fine. And they're still big, and I still have males alive too, which megaphasma males are pretty ridiculously short-lived. So, um, yeah, I like these. I like these guys a lot. Again, another very small range stick bug from North America, only found in like extreme southern Florida and the Keys, and supposedly only feeds on like one or two plants there, but they've been eating rose just fine for me. So, and probably will take bramble. I like them. I like them. I like them thick and chunky. Here's an X for the scabricalis. They're little pinto bean eggs. That makes them even cuter, calling the eggs little pinto beans. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Smugger Smoogler with a winning bid of 25. Smugger. Your first win at this auction. Congrats. I think one of the first times you bid, too. All right. Now, there's these guys that I have to look up the Latin for, too, because I remember the species name. I got to look up the genus. All right. We have 15 ova Parabacillus hesperus, starting bid of $1. Maybe the easiest to feed stick bug. Again, I was happy with the megaphasma and still am, but these guys will eat grass. It has to be fresh grass, although I haven't tried hay with them. That could be an experiment for this winter. They'll also eat bramble. They just seem to eat a lot of different stuff. It's kind of hard to say exactly what they won't eat when they eat grass. So, Chris, blink twice if you're having a stroke. Cubara species piss jar Kyle stock. Low key is low key, says Zen Monkey. Some concern for Chris having a stroke. I hope not. Smuggler's Parabacillus eggs hatch. That's great. Showing off happy babies from the eggs last time. Yeah, these guys have been doing really well for me. Over the summer, I've been feeding them bramble because I bring in a batch of it for Stilpniclora and for some stick bugs and stuff. So I just I'll put a twig in there. They don't really eat much, which is nice too, though. If you had a freaking cage full of them, I imagine they just tear through stuff. Sexual locality is lost to time unless you can beat up a guy from 12 years ago on Beetle Forum. We do have a locality. Like the guy said, I got them from, he named a place. He said, blah, blah, blah island. But then if you go to look up this place he talked about and look for it in California or somewhere on the West Coast, there's nowhere that matches the name of the place that he gave. So maybe it's a local name for the place. So, but yes, I think it's from California supposedly, or that's where the guy's account was. But nobody knows. He gave this cryptic answer. He didn't say, "Oh yes, it was from Ford Field in Dearborn, Michigan." It was like blah 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 lake or something like that, or blah 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 island. I don't know. Anyways, here's an X. Going once. I like the image that Taranchi posted. Going twice. Sold. To Kalamacow 12. Chris, almost in there. Let's see. Maybe. Nope. Kalamacow 12 with a winning bid of 34. Getting some stick bugs and grain pests. Delicious. Finally, some decent freaking food. All right, our last two items, everybody. And at a reasonable hour. Here we go. We have a group of 15 Hilaria brevicornis. Starting bid of $1. This is our second to last item up for grabs. These Hilaria brevicornis, and they're whatever locality TJs are. Invertebrate, dude. Let's see, Hilaria. Provence, Côte d'Azur, France. Is the locality for these. I do still want those other ones. What's this? I'm seeing something very tasty on TJ's culture list. Now that I looked at it, I need to pester him. Do I even have TJ on here? Surely I do. Oops. Sorry, guys. I'm getting excited. I got to pester the crap out of TJ now. All right. He's been pestered. This is for an isopod I saw on his culture list. Let's see. Alan says, "Oh, God, I found the post, and I know the guy. He got called out for trying to scam a friend." Well, Alan found the post, so if you really wanted the locality info for the Parabacillus, Alan's got it. But again, we have no idea where this guy was talking about. Lizard Bean says, "I have temptation to always buy the Hilaria." French? I'll pass, says Kalamico. I love Hilaria. They're great. I'm excited for the day we get a mutant out of them because it'll go from being, oh, it's a huge isopod. Oh, but it's like brown. Then it'll be like, oh my gosh, it's like the coolest thing. Look how big it is. It's got Dalmatian spots and blah, blah, blah. I couldn't appreciate it as it was. Here's an X for the Hilaria. I do really like them. I don't know if they're up there in my favorite isopods, but maybe. It's just been pretty easy for me. I like that. Big old dumpy butts. Yeah, that's a good way to describe them. Lizard beans, big old dumpy butts. Bonjour. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. We got a close war here. Smuggler. Winning bid of 43. Loki being cuckolded yet again, apparently. And now, last and certainly not least, everybody, we have what I hope blood will be spilled over truly. We have a group of the extremely coveted 10 Porcellio Expansus Witch's Potion, starting bid of $1. Another Expansus that is doing very well for me. I'm looking forward to expanding my Expansus collection of mutants and localities as they pop up and continuing to do well with them in perpetuity. I hope to do that with a lot of the Spanish stuff. In fact, some of these isopods that I lost that I need to restart colonies of are larger size species, like Porcellio nicholsi. And I think I can start to give them more of the space and care that they really deserve. So I'll be upgrading them to larger enclosures. And that'll be that. And hopefully we'll not lose them moving forward. So just call it for Humroid already. I don't know. Humroid with 121, Chris Sniper with 120, Lizard Beans put 150. That is an image of them. That is what they look like. They are every ounce as large, and they came out of, I believe they came out of orange stock. So that might explain why the color is exceptional. The orange spots are exceptional on these. Definitely just a jewel, and I am happy that Orn was the one that they popped up with first so that he could really capitalize on that and do the work of finding them. Typical Expansus care. Seemed to like it pretty evenly dry, but with a moist area for especially the small ones. So, all right. Here's the X. We'll see who survives, who will come out on top. Didn't work that much overtime. Somebody's saying. TJ changed his profile picture. All right, TJ got back to me. I'm going to pester him about those isopods I wanted. He's supposed got a pair, going to diapause, 2 pairs, going to diapause them, blah, blah, blah. We'll see what he gets out of them. I'm interested. I'm curious working with them. We'll see. I'll get my hands on them eventually. All right. Going once. Going twice for the last thing. Sold. To, there's no debate. It is Lizard Beans with a winning bid of 150. Coming out far ahead of the other competition for this particularly coveted strain. And with that being said, we're just shy of like a number. What's something else I could do? Let's do another set of Expansus White. It won't be too hard for me to pack on 15. We're gonna do one more Expansus. Just because you guys know I like hitting numbers. We'll do one more of these. Won't be too hard for me to pack up. We got another group of Porcelio Expansus White. Allen's super good stock going up there. TJ's profile pic has changed. TJ's been hacked, confirmed. Dr. Humroyd is typing as my nightmare. Says Lizard Beans. No, do tuberculosis. I don't know if I have enough tuberculosis to do another set of them is the thing. They're quite slow breeding and growing. Probably at the next auction I'll have a batch because I've been taking extra good care of them now. So I'll have even more by the next time we do an auction, which, guys, we're probably entering an auction drought pretty soon because I'm going to be taking December to focus on site work, slap on a certain high dollar minimum order on the site, and the free shipping is not very viable in the dead of winter. So we may not be seeing another auction until March, maybe February if there's good weather, etc. Maybe if I get desperate in the middle of the winter and I say, hey, I want to buy Angela something nice. Let's do a quick auction, but you guys are paying shipping. I don't know, but definitely going to be a dearth of auctions for a bit. So, all right, here's an X. I think we got 2 potential clear-cut winners here. That's going to definitely make us hit a number. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mangango, winning bid of 101. I gotta find the original. There we go. Fushiguro, you got them for quite the deal earlier. Maybe it's because the West Coasters were not out. Orang Mango, is that your first win today? Your first and only win? Just sliding in there and guaranteeing you free shipping. Also with 101 bid. Amazing. Kyle's been hacked. No auctions till March, says Zen Monkey. Satchel said, good night, Kyle. Thanks again for writing those lots for me. I really appreciate it. No problem, Satch. Again, everybody, go check over Satch's lots that he's putting up in general. Get something from him. Help him pay those medical bills. It sounds like a nightmare being trapped in crystals in your stuff. We like money for nice things for your lady. Yes, I do too. So does she. Did not expect, says Orang Mango. Well, there you are. All right, everybody. We've hit a number. I'm quite satisfied with the amount of work I've put into today and the amount that I have gotten out of it. So, a reminder, contact me ASAP. And if you think it's going to be too cold in your area, send me your hold for pickup address as well. Although we do have good weather at least until like early morning Thursday. The priority just straight to door should be fine. But if you're really scared And I would prefer to be more paranoid, honestly. If you're going to be paranoid, let me know a hold for pickup address, and we'll have it held for pickup there. So thank you all for coming to the Anyone Can Bid auction. This is a good little auction. I feel we got some good stuff going up here. Some people got some groups for crazy steals. Gotta love that. But anyways, I'm going to go put these things out in the living room, say hi to the dogs. I'm going to actually relax and get to bed at a good time on an auction night. And then tomorrow, get up and get to the grind and get these things out as soon as possible. So please send your emails to confirm your payments, your what have you, as soon as possible. Really appreciate it. So, as for streaming, probably not going to be much streaming the rest of November. But boy, when we hit December, I will be in here. I might even just be prattling on about something. But I will have some open commentary streams for people because I will be working on the website, and I'll be asking, hey, I'm writing this about roaches. What do you want in roach descriptions? Blah, blah, blah. So thank you, everybody, for coming, for bidding, for participating, just for being here. I do miss the wiggle, guys. I miss it dearly. Hopefully we can get back to that sooner than later. So, but yeah, things are happening at the other place. Just going to take some time and money and blah, blah, blah. So, and since I won't see you guys until after then, most likely everybody have a lovely Thanksgiving or whatever you're celebrating in the next 2 weeks or what have you. Have a wonderful time doing that. Have a fun time with your new bugs you're getting in the mail. Some juicy stuff coming in. And get ready for winter. Take extra good care of your bugs. Look out for those ever so rare and coveted winter bugs of various types, the rare things that come up to bring you joy in our coldest, darkest months. So life has no meaning without the weekly, says Steve, and I know I'm working on it. I'm working on it. We're getting there, everybody. So, all right. Until we meet again, everybody, may your cultures ever be bountiful. Thank you for participating. And to everybody, a good night.